Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. The boys should be over here in just a minute. They had an executive session first thing this morning, but they should be coming over here shortly.
Okay, sounds good.
And Jessica, is Michelle Ricker with you? Should I cross her over?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure the names of the people who were going to speak with y'all this morning.
Oh, I think after me is going to be Jess Bacon.
Okay, all right.
And I think that's it. Okay. Do you know if you guys are going to want me to share my screen or if you guys are pulling up what I sent over?
We usually have you all share, go ahead and share screen and drive the PowerPoints, only because I'm taking minutes and crossing people over, so I'm not able to drive it.
Sure, not a problem.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And girl, you are doing a big old remodel. I can see it. I have been there.
I'm actually sitting in my garage.
Oh
So
my gosh.
I have 3 dogs in the house that will go bonkers while I try to present. So
Me too.
yeah, it's a little chilly out here though today.
Oh, wow. Now I saw that drywall. I said, oh, I've been there.
Oh yeah, I did just finish the inside of my house too, but
Oh gosh.
it's okay.
It's worth it. It's worth
Yeah,
it.
I agree. Eventually it's worth
Yeah.
it.
Okay, give it just a moment for everyone to come back, but our executive session is concluded. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. And we'll get going in just a moment here.
Okay, good morning, Jessica and Jessica.
And they're
That's
both Jessica B.
Jessica B. I mean, it makes it easy for us because all we need to say, all we need to remember is Jessica.
That'll work. We know how to get in touch with each other. So,
Yeah.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for
Good
the
morning.
invite.
You bet. And I see Jason on the screen as well.
He is just hopping on. He just concluded another call.
Thank you for joining us. So we've got just a couple of things to get through here. The first is public comment. And so I'm going to go ahead and call for public comment. If you have something you'd like to say, go ahead and click participants, click raise hand, and we'll bring you over and hear you out. Okay, not seeing anybody. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Given that we also have a 9 o'clock with Centura, I don't know that I have any burning notifications for y'all.
No, I'm happy to forego to get right into the Centura stuff today.
One super quick one, which was we had a conversation about the Tourism Bureau and what the statutory guardrails were around who could be on that board. And I did circle back with Peter, and Peter went and looked at the statutes, and there is specifically some language in there allowing marketing expertise. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. And I think we should pursue that. We can take that up at another time.
And just to clarify, the marketing expertise does have to be in the tourism business. So there just has to be some experience related to tourism, not just general marketing, just to clarify.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, then this is our work session and update with Centura Health regarding the new health clinic and a progress report on the current clinic. Thank you for coming to talk to us about how this is going. Of course, we're very happy to have a doctor in town and very happy to see that operation expand. So Keith, maybe you can.
Sure. I'll kick things off. Again, welcome to Centura. Thank you for joining us this morning during a work session with the Board of County Commissioners. We've got Jessica, and Jason all joining us from Centura. And I know a few weeks ago, Peter, Tim, myself, and Jason and Jessica Bacon, I believe, we're on a call, and we had a great meeting, and we thought it would be very beneficial for this group to come before the Board of County Commissioners. And as you said, George, just give us an update on what's happening at the current existing temporary clinic. And I emphasize temporary because the new construction on the Collaborative Care Center just down the street from the temporary clinic is going extremely well. And we're very excited. We're very anxious to get everyone moved into the new clinic. We anticipate that happening later on this summer. And again, just really looking forward to that and looking forward to continuing the partnership with Centura. So I don't know if we wanted to do some quick introductions. Jason, maybe you could introduce yourself and kind of kick things off for us.
That'd be great.
Sounds like you need to turn off your phone or turn something off there.
Can you hear me okay, Keith?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I was making sure I was covered. I had both the phone and the computer going, so my bad. Well, thank you, number one, for inviting Centura to your meeting. And it sounds as though in the past this might have been a more regularly attended meeting by Centura. And so we welcome the opportunity to reconnect with the county commissioners and to provide some updates relative to our operations there in Idaho Springs. And then open it up to questions that you might have. I know Jess has prepared some information today just in terms of some of our operational key metrics that we look at, which is a good starting place. And then I know Jessica Vine is on as well, which I have talked to Jessica a lot, but I don't know that I've ever formally seen you on TV. So it's great to see you as well. She's part of our leadership team as well with our transitions team, and does a lot of work with our operations folks in terms of preparation for new ventures like this, in terms of new buildings, transition of existing practices, et cetera. So will be great to hear from Jessica as well. Formally, I'm Vice President of Operations for Primary Care Services for Centura Health for the Denver metro area. And what that includes is really the Front Range going into Clear Creek County. And so within that footprint, we have north now of 30 primary care clinics, with obviously one of our new facilities we're really excited about being in Idaho Springs with the completion of the Collaborative Care Center. And so we have a large footprint. We operate in a lot of areas. Basically, it runs from the Denver metro area, region rather, runs from basically just south of Longmont down to Castle Rock. Of course, we have operations in Pikes Peak region, which is our Colorado Springs, Canyon City, Pueblo. We also have operations in Durango, as I'm sure you're aware, and then of course Southwest Kansas. We have a presence there. So we're really excited though about the Collaborative Care Center and the opportunity to grow with the community. So with that, maybe Jess Bacon, do you want to introduce yourself, and then we'll turn it over to Jessica Vine as well.
Sure, absolutely. Am I having feedback as well? Oh, good. Okay. So yes, of course, my name is Jessica Bacon. My official title is Regional Director of Operations. I am responsible for the central Denver metro region. So that includes all the way up to Idaho Springs, and also the surrounding associated clinics with St. Anthony's, as well as Porter Adventist Hospital. So total of 10 clinics. I have been, just a little background, I have been with Centura Health about 20 years now, just past that milestone. I have spent the majority of my tenure in Durango, and have been in the Denver metro only about 3 years. Now on the CHPG side, about 6 years. So I am still getting to meet folks, and probably have met some of you just kind of in passing, but I appreciate us being invited today and getting to know you all a little bit better. My interest going forward would be to understand a little bit more, maybe about what you would like to see in this type of forum. I have obviously prepared kind of, I will call it our usual. We have some key performance indicators that we present to our hospital leadership on a monthly basis. And we had also been sharing some of this information with Cindy in the past. So I don't want to assume that that has always made it up through this particular meeting, but just a little feedback on that would be wonderful. I'm happy to tailor whatever information is meaningful for you all. So yeah, just please let me know, but I'll give it a go and present what I put together. So thank you.
My turn?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Vine. I'm a certified project manager with the Centura Clinic Transition Team. So essentially, my primary job is to start up our new clinics, which includes everything from working with the architect on the design, to going out and getting the bids for the general contractor, to setting up and designing the space in general and getting everybody moved over. I'm pretty excited about this one because I was actually heavily involved in the setup of the current temporary clinic. So it's going to be kind of nice to see everything come full circle up there for you guys. And then for today, same thing kind of as Jess, would like to know what you guys would like to be updated. For today, I just kind of prepared what our current drawing is looking like, as well as some of the finishes, if you guys would like to take a look at that. We did just sign with Alliance, who's the general contractor, last week. So they are going to get ready to get started on our space. And then we will, I believe, be working with Cindy to coordinate a grand opening so you guys can host that for your space as well. Any questions?
This is Keith. Cindy is actually retired from the county now, and we have hired a new Human Services Director. Her name is Sarah Casano. So Sarah will be taking Cindy's place, and I will certainly share with you the contact information for Sarah so that you can all be in the communication chain. I also see Tim Ryan. Dr. Tim Ryan is also on the call here. Tim is our public health director, and Tim's been very heavily involved in getting this new clinic constructed, and he'll be involved in getting moved in and set up. And so Tim will also be very much involved with any kind of grand opening that we have.
Okay, perfect.
And then I was going to suggest just quick introductions from the board. So I'll start. I'm George Marlin. I'm the county commissioner from the Idaho Springs district. I think that's about all. Good to see you.
Randy Wheelock. I'm the commissioner on the west end of the county, which is about Fall River Road to the Continental Divide, and lived in Idaho Springs for about 25, 26 years prior to moving west a few miles, and have, like all of us, have been in different aspects working on the clinic quite a bit.
Thanks, Randy. Sean Wood. I am from District 2, which is the eastern part of Clear Creek County, from Evergreen all the way to about Floyd Hill, and excited to see you guys. Thanks for coming to give us an update.
So maybe we could jump into, I know you had prepared some metrics and some numbers and kind of a status report with the current or the existing clinic. Perhaps we could start with that.
Keith, if I might actually pivot to have Jessica Vine actually prepare what she's brought. I know she has a time commitment, needs to be somewhere at 9:30. Sure. So is that okay if we kind of flip-flop that a little bit?
Now okay. I remember you telling me that. So yes, go ahead.
No worries, no worries.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, I'm just gonna give me a second to screen share real quick. And just let me know when you can see that plan that's coming up.
We can see it.
Okay, perfect. So I was asked just this morning to kind of show you what the general layout of our space is going to look like. So we prepared just this little schematic. So when you first come into the building, this is kind of that waiting area, vestibule for the main building. And up here by the staircase is going to be the entrance into our clinic. And I'll just kind of take you around a little bit. This first room over here is going to be our behavioral health room, where we usually have a licensed social worker who can consult with patients and help with some integrative care. Then these next three rooms are just going to be our basic exam rooms, with this fourth larger room, which can be used as an exam room or a procedure room. Just followed by our kind of staff lounge over here. And then in this area over here, we have our provider work area. This little corridor here, we just have some storage. And then we have a patient restroom. And down here is our laboratory point of care, where there'll be a pass-through from the patient restroom for any samples that need to be analyzed. On the other side of this hallway, we have our soiled and clean utility room, kind of where we have storage for items that have been cleaned and sterilized, as well as an area to clean and sterilize them. That hallway then kind of dead ends into this shelf space here. For right now, it is going to stay kind of a shelf space, extra storage space. If need be in the future, it may eventually become an X-ray space, but right now it's just going to stay shell. Then up here we have another restroom and a little bit more storage. This little closet down here is going to be our IT closet. That'll just be some sealed concrete with our racks and everything to support network for the building. And that's really it for our space. We have reception up here. Kind of what the finishes are going to look like is Centura has a standard playbook that we go by just to kind of put kind of a common theme through all of our clinics. So when you walk into one of our clinics, you can recognize that it belongs to Centura. So in this space, they have decided to go with our blue accents. So we'll have some blue accents behind the reception desk when they first walk in. The countertop at the front it's kind of this Corian solid surface. It's really pretty and classy looking. All of the hallways in the entire clinic, as well as the flooring in the exam rooms, are going to be what you see right here, which this is a luxury vinyl tile, but it looks like it's in wood grain. It looks really nice installed. And then each of the millwork in each of the rooms is going to be kind of this cherry color with this pebble formica countertops on it. So it'll all come together and be cohesive. The only two areas in the clinic actually which will have carpet are going to be this reception area and the provider work area back here. And it's going to be kind of this kind of carpet up here, which coordinates well with the blue paint, as well as we have like a base cream paint that goes throughout the entire clinic. Do you guys have any questions on that?
Thanks for that. I have a probably kind of a larger question, which is, that's the Centura component of the first floor. How many square feet is that compared to the usable square feet on the first floor?
So I'm not sure off the top of my head what the complete usable square feet is, but for us, I believe that came out to be about 4,100 square feet that we're taking up. But just below this, there is another corridor and room for a secondary tenant.
Okay.
So I guess if you know what the top floor is, you can probably just take 4,100 out of that. And
I think the whole building's roughly 12,000, but I don't know. I mean, not all of it's usable. So we can dig into that. I was just kind of curious to see what percentage of it you guys had claimed.
And looking at your hatching here, same question, basically, other than the reception area out front, are you basically taking everything we see here? So your shells from the corridor that we see at the bottom of that drawing, you're taking everything to the north to the exterior wall. Is that correct? Or am I incorrect?
correct. And
Correct.
this corridor, we're not even having, other than our IT closet, which will very rarely be accessed, we don't even have anything coming off of this corridor. So you won't really see our staff kind of in there as part of their regular work floor. It's been fine, so everything is kind of up in this use space. Just so that if you do get another tenant, there won't really be any conflict between the two.
Well, that does bring up a question. I know that, and so pardon my ignorance in asking this one because you may have it crossed another way, but I know that at times a clinic like yours may have somebody come in who you determine once they get there is emergent and needs to leave by another method, and maybe needs to leave prone by that other method. And I know that the access out the south side of the building was seen as a method for moving somebody without having to, use the other methods out, the other accessibility measures going out the front of the building. So it'd be a back shot out the back of the building. Is that no longer part of the plan? And if not, how would that event be handled?
Sure. So I can tell you just from the drawing perspective that the architect told us that having kind of an ambulance bay in the back of the building was not going to be an option just because the elevation of the land itself and how it was designed. As far as operationally, Jess, can you speak to that a little bit more, or has that not been thought through yet?
I know just in some initial planning, we did talk about, you're right there, Randall, about kind of a backdoor access, if you will. that has not been incorporated, obviously, into the current planning. And I will say that if we do have that type of a situation, we definitely have planned for the access, the egress to accommodate, obviously, those stretchers or those types of equipment needed to transport someone. But at current time right now, we do have that just kind of designed to kind of exiting in and out of that front access door.
Well, at the risk of getting too far into the weeds on the design and planning side with you right now, I just recall, I do know the back door that comes out of the back of the building does come out level. And
Are you talking about back here?
no, it was off into the drive, where the drive comes around. Now, I recognize there's not a formal ambulance bay there, but in the event that you did need to transport somebody out of the building that way rather than through the front lobby, that was the reason I brought that up. Because if you come off the south side of the building coming out, there was an access out by the stairway, I thought. But I don't want to burden the conversation any further right now. If you could put that down as a note, an item to look at, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, and Randall, are you talking about down here and the stairwell?
No, I'm talking about as you go down on your screen towards the south.
Okay,
the south side of the building on the other side of, because that hallway wraps around and comes out, and then there should be a place to access out that side of the building unless that had been removed. I know the access is through the stairwell right now, and there's a door that goes out, and it goes out level onto flat driving surface at that location, and then but anyway, it's off the south side that you can't see on this drawing right now.
Right, yeah, because that's just our space. I can follow up with Mike Hagan, who's the architect, and see what it was that he was thinking and why that piece wasn't put in here, and get back to you guys.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, that would be good. I recall that as well, and it looks like I think I see a door on the south wall of that hallway that goes past the guest restroom.
Yeah, right past the care team and all of that, coming south.
Okay.
And then I wanted to just ask quickly about the intentions around X-ray. My understanding, and we've been talking about this for years, and so I don't remember exactly when I heard this, but my understanding was that we would have X-ray here. I mean, I see that as sort of a core part of a full service primary care facility. Can you elaborate a little bit on the timeline of getting an X-ray in here? I think you said the word maybe.
Jess or Jason, would you like to speak to that, or would you like me to?
I can speak to it a little bit, and please chime in, Jess, if I don't have all my facts straight. If you recall, in our current space, we actually have a portable unit which is utilized. We have since learned through our physicist who does our calibration of that unit, and also our leadership at St. Anthony Hospital for diagnostic imaging, that is no longer an acceptable practice. And actually, currently, we have been utilizing it kind of under the radar. This has to do with some CMS regulations around utilizing portable equipment in the outpatient setting. And what has changed is that is no longer a piece of kind of a primary care outpatient space. It needs to be a fixed unit. So that obviously is something that we wanted to plan for and at least shell out and include in the drawings, knowing that, to your point, yes, we would love to have this as part of our service here. We will be, and actually are already undergoing some valuation of what that might look like. We are going to need to modify that room with some lead lining, et cetera. We also will need to acquire that fixed unit. And just kind of roughly speaking, my last recollection is that we're looking at, for the equipment itself, somewhere around $150K to purchase that fixed unit. So that's something that we brought to the attention of our St. Anthony leadership, and we'll hopefully be putting together some sort of a financial plan to bring that on board. We will not be opening with that service initially.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, did I miss anything, Jess?
Nope, that's about right. It would, to be able to have time to both plan the space, do the lead lining, work with the physicist, and have the funds to procure it, we would have to have had to push the go live out much further, which wouldn't benefit the county as far as having a grand opening, because those timeframes would be too far apart. So the decision was made to go ahead and open as primary care without it. Knowing that if X-ray was truly needed, that we did have some options, I believe, to send patients either down to the hospital or to Jess's Evergreen Clinic. Is that right?
We actually do have a full service fixed unit in our Evergreen Clinic, as well as St. Anthony's, obviously, at our main hospital. We do have capacity there. Truthfully, the volumes of X-rays that are performed currently in our space are very few and far between. We only have, at best, maybe a couple of week kind of in our high season. So truthfully, that is a service that we haven't had well utilized in the past. Granted, when we need it, but we do have some alternatives, and we do have some transport alternatives for patients that we utilize. The lift service is one, and obviously EMS, we would lean on them to help us transport folks to our Evergreen Clinic or down the hill to St. Anthony's. I don't know, Jason, did you have anything to add on that? That's kind of my
No, I think
report.
no, I think you covered it well, Jess. So I think for us, it's completing evaluation, as you talked about, assessing kind of the volumes, what we anticipate with growth, and determining kind of what is that best strategy moving forward. So that's something we'll take away, and obviously keep on our radar screen to update this group as we progress through that analysis.
Yeah, and I'll just respond to that quickly. I mean, if sometimes things on the ground change, right? And I'm sure the plan was to put that mobile X-ray unit in that room. And I would have made the same decision. Let's get this thing open. I'm also happy to hear what I think is an acknowledgement that, a full service primary care involves an X-ray, and that's a goal.
I will say in response to that, in our other primary care offices, truthfully, we don't have X-ray as part of that model, except for a few exceptions. It is very much the urgent care model, which is obviously kind of a whole different footprint. But primary care, it's always something that the docs love to have, and the community would love to incorporate. But as a general rule, it has not been a part of our just kind of standard primary care services.
Okay.
Jess, I wonder if it would be helpful to this group to kind of just give a little bit of an update in terms of timeline. I think you probably were already planning to do that, but I want to be respectful. It's 9:30, and I know that you probably have somewhere to be.
Yes. So the general contractor is saying that they can have the space finished and turned over to us by August 16th. If all goes well, and that does happen, it usually takes us about 2 weeks after we get that certificate of occupancy to get in the space and set it up and get it ready for patient care. However, that puts us right at the Labor Day holiday. And just from experience doing this and knowing our staffing resources and people being out on holiday, we never like to open right around a holiday, because we tend to have a lot more issues and there are a lot more risks involved in that. So we had talked about a go live date of opening on September 13th. And we had talked previously with Cindy about that, and she was okay with that and trying to plan a grand opening around that time frame. So now I will present that to the to the new gal that's taking over, if that's going to be the appropriate person to help coordinate.
And so what would be the date that you'd, because I know that, you know, moving in is always a thing too,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, getting situated, it's turned over to you. And so what do you think are you suggesting that mid-September date is a date that you'd be open for business?
Yeah,
to
right now
sell?
we're planning on September 13th, which is a Monday, to be our first day open for patients.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And honestly, the move itself, we've done this quite a few times. I can just speak for my experience. It's usually pretty fluid, and with Jess's team and our whole transition team that's behind this, we actually did pull this off rather quickly. Believe it or not, it's one of those, we're in business in one place on a Friday and can be open in another space on a Monday. So it's actually quite phenomenal what we can actually do. So I would expect that to go along those same lines.
Yeah, especially so close.
Yeah, we do not anticipate any extended downtime for the services at all.
Okay, I do need to run to that other appointment. Does anybody else have any other questions I can answer right now? No? Okay, if anything else comes up, I'm sure Jess will bring it back to me. And I'd be happy to get you guys any information I can before the next meeting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
So Keith, just wanted to check in with you. I don't know how much time we were allotted today, but want to be sensitive to the rest of your agenda as well.
I think we're good till 10 o'clock.
Okay, great.
Great.
Excellent.
Well, I will go ahead and share my screen then if that works for you all. I did actually prepare a little bit more in terms of report out on some of those key performance indicators that we typically report out on. Not sure again exactly how much of that you would like to see in this meeting. I think from what I recall, your interest was primarily just kind of reviewing some of the financials and some of the performance related to patient demographics and volumes and such. But I do have some others that I prepared around just kind of that payer mix and what that trending has looked like, what our patient experience results have shown in this particular facility. And we actually just recently had a what we call associate engagement survey. That is a survey of our staff and our providers. And it does give us obviously some insight as to how we're doing in the clinic from both of those views. So I'm happy to share that as well. But I will go ahead and jump in here. Let me share my screen and we'll get started.
One thing I'm pretty curious about, and probably others are as well, is the effects of the pandemic. I mean, I looked at these numbers, I've looked at numbers in the past, and
Sure.
I kind of wonder how concerned to be about some of the trends that I see, knowing that we're operating in a strange environment still.
Sure. Jason, do you want to give, maybe I'll just throw that out to you to maybe just kind of give a little bit of an overview of what that has posed for us as an organization. And obviously we can talk a little bit more specifics around the Idaho Springs clinic and what those effects have been.
Yeah. It's a great question, Sean, and it's one that obviously it's been far-reaching and impactful throughout our entire organization over this past year. What I would say is, rewind, 1 year ago, our volumes literally kind of shut off overnight for the most part. We did a ton of work. We were, pre-COVID, we were, I would say, dabbling a little bit in virtual care. We had a couple of our providers that were testing the Amwell platform, again, doing very minimal virtual care or video visits. I would say in a 3-month period, we probably did about 3 years worth of work as it relates to virtual care, frankly. It was phenomenal in terms of our IT resources and what they were able to stand up. And even as complementary to our care teams adopting that. Necessity is the mother of invention, I think is what they say. And it truly was that case a year ago that we literally kind of, I say overnight, but in a 3-month period, we shifted, over 50% of our volumes. And again, obviously we had an overall reduction in volumes in our primary care setting, but of the volume that we did see, 50% plus of that, and it varied based off location, was all done by video visits. That became obviously a key channel for us in terms of access. Our Idaho Springs, all clinics had accessibility to that. We did have some challenges with the virtual platform itself. I think, just the ease of use, both for our patients as well as our care team members. So recently, gosh, probably going back 60 days now, we started to migrate from the current platform, which is Amwell, to a more integrated platform, which is part of Epic, which is our EMR. It's a Epic Virtual Client is what they refer to it as. It's the product itself is Twilio. It's not a Epic homegrown. It's a third party, but it's very much integrated with Epic. So we're really excited about migrating to that. A lot of our primary care practices, in fact, had a meeting yesterday. I think 30 of our practices have already migrated to the Epic virtual platform. So it'll just be a more seamless experience, patient care experience for those we're serving. So that's exciting. Today, our volumes, though, as you can see here, obviously, we're still unfavorable. And that's true across each of our locations. And it, again, varies from one location to the other. Our terms of our face-to-face visits or in-person visits truly has kind of returned, I would say, to, and again, variation here, but probably 80 to 85% of our visits now are back in person versus virtual care. We still have it as an option for our members, but we have seen most of our care return to the clinic space. And of course, we have all of the required, precautions in place that you can envision. So that is, we still have a very safe environment for folks to come in. And that's something obviously that we are committed to and proud of as well for our patients to have that, safe, accessible care in person. The other thing I would say, during this time, we did turn off or limit, I should say, the availability to schedule appointments online. And that was largely just to screen and, again, create the safety for our patients coming in and our care teams. We are turning back on, I think it's the 12th, I think it's next Monday, turning back on the ability of our patients to schedule their appointments online. So again, I think we're continuing to see that kind of return to normalcy. This past week, our visit volumes as a whole for primary care and specialty, actually looking at it in totality, was about 98% of what we budgeted. So again, getting pretty close back to where we were. And again, it varies from one facility to the other, but generally speaking, we're starting to see that return. Part of that is, and I know Dr. Ryan has been front and center in the county there around vaccinations. We do, have a pretty robust participation in the vaccine efforts. We have a number of sites that we call our community testing sites. They're in our ambulatory settings. We're steady state, which will be probably the end of this month, will be between about 15 and 16,000 per week administered through those ambulatory locations. And then we are partnering with a company called COVID Check Colorado, and you've probably seen, of the pods that are standing up, the larger pods, we are participating with that as well, largely from a allocation of vaccine to COVID check. And so those are 3 sites. We have the Dick's Sporting Goods, we have the Broadmoor World Arena in Colorado Springs, and then Pueblo, we have the fairgrounds. And so we're participating in those. And so all in, we're probably, moving or reallocating vaccine from the state through Centura Health to our ambulatory and our mass sites. Gosh, probably north of 45,000 vaccines per week. So again, I think for us anyway, that's a real key. And I'm sure for you all as well, is the more shots in arms we can get, the sooner we can get back to enjoying those things that are really near and dear to us, and obviously having a positive impact on our way of life and in our economy. So excited about the work that's being done there. We're pretty bullish on coming out of the pandemic, frankly, in terms of primary care and growth. We have a pretty aspirational growth plan for primary care throughout all of our regions. So our recruitment is in full force for providers over a 5-year plan, over a 5-year period rather. We're looking at onboarding, north of 300 providers is our objective. And again, that's across all of our Centura regions. So exciting news. And again, I think we're starting to see the turning of the page on this. I'm hopeful. So any questions for me specifically around other impacts the pandemic has had on us and our operations?
I think the last part of your statement kind of got to what I was curious about, which is the opportunity, right? It sounds like this was more than a big speed bump, but beyond that, it sounds like you're optimistic and that this clinic fits in with your long-term strategic plan, and you guys are super committed and excited still.
Absolutely. And I mean, in looking at the footprint, obviously we're, multiplying the space that we have relative to the current location. And I'm really hopeful that, as we bring this new collaborative care center online and our communities continue to grow, so will we in terms of the providers we have and the services we offer. So absolutely 100% committed to the future growth there in Clear Creek. So
awesome. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as we demonstrated by the footprint of the actual clinic space, I mean, we have obviously planned for some growth there. So as that comes, we should be able to, for many years, actually accommodate, another 1-2 providers easily out of that space. So yeah, that's exciting. Much more space than we currently have, as you all know. Our teams actually are really excited about the fact that they get to actually operate without kind of passing each other. So that'll be great. Our patients will appreciate that. Just kind of looking at this income statement a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Were there any other questions? Sorry. Looking over someone. Jason. No.
I don't know if you're sharing your screen. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, you're not seeing it? Okay. Let me make sure that that's happening. How's that?
Perfect.
Great. I want to see that. Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to draw your attention actually to just the volumes here really quickly. So these are our physician clinic visits or provider visits. We don't differentiate there. We actually have this oriented. This is actually, you're looking at a February statement, and this is for our fiscal year that starts actually in so July 1st of 2020 is when our fiscal year started. And this is just current month and some year-to-date statistics for y'all to see. Total visits, just looking at them just kind of broadly here. In terms of how we've performed to budget so far, we are, as Jason stated, a little bit off the mark there. I will point out that the telehealth utilization of this particular clinic, I will say, was quite a bit less than what we experienced in many of our other clinics. I think partly due to maybe just some of the infrastructure may be available for folks in the county, access maybe to the internet, or just their general use of that. I know that it wasn't as readily adopted as perhaps it had been in some of our other markets. So just to let you know that we obviously had many folks that we did phone call kind of visits with. That was kind of our workaround for folks that couldn't actually get on an actual Zoom type platform. But with that said, I did want to just kind of point your attention to the fact that, over prior year, so we did see some growth already, about 520 visits year to date already that are above what we saw last year. So about a 33% increase. So even though we were off our budget targets a little bit, we actually did realize some growth and have realized some growth and expect that to continue. Let's see, I will just kind of hit some highlights on here, and please feel free to ask additional questions. So for our net patient service revenue year to date, we are actually really close to what we had projected in spite of some of those, that decrease in volume. So that's actually quite exciting for us in terms of revenue. We're still holding pretty strong. In our operating EBITDA, we are unfavorable to budget, obviously, year to date. Most of our expenses in that clinic come from the staffing itself. We have a complement of, as you probably already know, 2 physicians. So Dr. Bentrott, she works 1 day a week, and we have Dr. Tyler Byrne. He has been pretty much a mainstay in this practice now for over a year, which has been great. Added some great stability after Dr. Hansen departed. He works 2 days a week, and then the other 2 are staffed by a nurse practitioner. Her name is Ellen Fujigami. And again, those are kind of like, and this is the case in most of our clinics, that is kind of the majority of our expense is related to labor. Let's see, what else can I show you all here? FTEs, meaning full-time equivalents here, we actually have 2.3 or close to 2.5 actually actual full-time folks working out of this clinic. So that accounts for our physicians. And then we do have 1 kind of front office individual that works full-time, and then also a medical assistant that accompanies the physician each day. So any questions about what I've presented here, or is there more you want to see around financials? I know I do have another slide that talks more about kind of the demographics and gets into kind of visits per day and that kind of information.
I do. Can you help me understand, is year to date like January 1, 2021 through now, or are you using a different?
No, that actually started with July 1st of 2020 through the end of February. That's what this is.
Fiscal year versus calendar year, George, in terms of our budgeting cycle.
Yours is calendar year. Yeah, we work off of a different model starting in, like I said, July 1st. So we're looking at 6, 7, 8 months worth here that you see in front of you. We're getting ready to round out the last quarter of our current fiscal year.
So to George's point, these quote unquote budget deficits aren't yet potentially realized, right? Because you still have a whole nother quarter to go before.
We do.
Those budgets are for the entire year.
Correct. Yeah, so we do hope, obviously, to see a little bit of an uptick in our visits. As Jason pointed out, we have returned to pretty much exclusively our in-person visits. So again, we'll kind of see how that fares, but yeah, we hope that to kind of to pick up a little bit. We do actually have some other net operating revenue that I'm not sure that I pulled it in on this slide, but there is, here we go, other operating revenue. It's related to some of the participation that we have with some of the other payment models. So I don't know if you're all familiar with some of those, but we do, and we don't always get those payments real time. They usually come to us kind of on a quarterly basis. So we're kind of due another payment, if you will, in that bucket. And it usually represents about 10,000 a quarter or so. So that will make up for a little bit of that. We did actually for this particular month also have an expense that, as you'll see here under other expenses, that didn't really match kind of our monthly typical. That had to do with a payment that we made to the architects, a fairly hefty payment there. So that is not necessarily part of our usual operating expense, but was realized on this balance sheet. So just taking that into account. It is about 9:52. So, okay, if I hop just to maybe this other, I know you might have some questions about this one. And just so you know, this is information that, like I said, we had been sharing with Cindy somewhat, but it is a report that I have been lucky enough to build kind of on an automatic basis, so I can pull this out pretty much at any time and give you kind of a real-time assessment of what our visits and this information gives us. But just kind of really quickly here's kind of a daily snapshot of how many visits per day. I will say in some of our other markets, the kind of expected total visits per provider, full-time provider, typically runs between around 16 to 20 patient visits per day. So again, we have never really expected that out of Colorado, out of Idaho Springs. But you know, hopefully our growth will yield that going forward. Dr. Ben Trott tends to be our provider that fills up most quickly and has kind of the biggest panel, as you'll see here. This is her panel of patients. In total, we have about a little over 1,000 unique patients that we attribute to this particular clinic. As you can see, Dr. Byrne, he's also very quickly amassed a pretty decent panel. And then our new NP is still kind of building in that regard. But there's a lot of fluctuation. Like I said, these are days, typically Mondays, that these higher producing days are days that we have Dr. Ben Trott usually on site. She's been, as you know, with the clinic for quite a few years now. There's a lot of a patient base there. In terms of financial, well, let's go back to some of those demographics here, if that's interesting to you or not. We do have them broken down by age group. So you can kind of see here kind of where those fall in terms of that group of patients. And then of course, here's kind of just a quick pie graph that speaks to the patient panel by financial class. Our Medicaid population is quite a bit higher than most of our other markets, truthfully about double what we see in most of our other clinics. So we understand that. We have seen some trending that I'll show you maybe just quickly on another slide here. This is just a quick kind of recap of where your patients are coming from by zip code. So that gives you just a little bit of a breakdown.
Jessica, can you help me understand some of these financial classes? What I have an eye out for is what I would call self-pay. So I have insurance, and which one is that?
So let's see. Let me. I'm gonna show you this slide. It's just a little bit easier to see visually, if that's okay. So self-pay is, and I apologize, it's not as bold as I would like to have on the slide, but looks at about 6.7% kind of current month is in your self-pay kind of bucket. This is your contracted, managed Medicare, and this is Medicare. So we kind of look at Medicare kind of together. And then again, this is Medicaid. And this just kind of shows that trend kind of over time, starting with, we're looking at about a 12-month look back. Just to give you an idea of how that's kind of been trending. Again, here's just another quick slide that I do present, like I said, to hospital leadership that might be of interest to you. We obviously pay a lot of attention to the experience of that our patient has in our clinics. We collect survey data, and down here we kind of have that. This is the these are the total amount of surveys that we kind of see each month. It also varies on, do folks take the time to kind of fill out that survey or not? These aren't high numbers, so sometimes some of this information is not as statistically relevant as maybe if we had a little higher denominator there. In terms of performance, though, I did want you to kind of see, these are just kind of our targets that we have set in CHPG, and we probably the main metric that we look at is our likelihood of recommending. So that is something that we have set for ourselves at this 86.1. That represents a target that speaks to how many of our respondents have rated us at kind of that top box. We call it top box, but it's that 5 out of 5. So that represents the amount of respondents that gave us that highest mark, if you will. So 86% is kind of that target, and that's for all over overall CHPG. For this current month, 100% of those 14 respondents did give us that highest rating, and this does fluctuate obviously a little bit. We did have, obviously, during kind of this period of time when we were, as Jason stated, kind of really working diligently to try to set up that telehealth. There was obviously some dissatisfaction that we realized from patients around just, us not necessarily having that right out of the gate, which I think most other systems realized as well. It was also kind of a period where patients had a lot of anxiety and uncertainty about what that kind of meant for them and their healthcare. But we have rebounded quite nicely actually since that period. But again, this is just that kind of monthly snapshot just to kind of give you an idea of kind of how your patients are viewing the care that they're receiving in the clinic. So likelihood of recommending, this is care provider. So we have some really high marks in terms of how folks are seeing the care they're delivering. So any questions about that? Wait time in the clinic. I know that we do have a lot of data around access, which I didn't kind of throw that in this particular presentation, but I'm happy to give you more info. When it comes to established patients that have acute needs, we are getting them in for the most part, same day, which is pretty phenomenal for most clinics. Our goal is to get them in within 48 hours or so, and we outperform that in this clinic. Obviously, we do have some capacity and are able to get folks in quickly.
I know we're almost out of time, but I just had going back just a little bit. 2,500 visits was the goal. You mentioned 1,000 patients. What is your goal now that post September the new clinic is open? And just at a high level, I'm curious, like, what's your marketing plan? I mean, 1,000 patients, we have 9,500 in the county, and Gilpin doesn't have a provider. So I'm just kind of curious to hear, what your business plan is kind of going forward from the new clinic being opened.
So Jason, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Obviously, in year one with our current provider complement, we do have an increase year over year in terms of expectation around visit volume. But I do think, to your point, only having 1,000 members attributed to this particular clinic, so a little north of 10%, I guess, given your total population that you mentioned, Sean, is I do think there's an opportunity for us to look at our marketing. We do have a standard kind of marketing approach for new facilities, which has variety channels of marketing, print, digital, mailers, and all of that will be part of. And in fact, that's something we bring back as our next kind of topic if you want. Obviously we can do some of the KPI review, but perhaps a little deeper dive into what that marketing plan is. So we have a marketing team that will help us navigate, those various channels of where, and would love to get your feedback, on what you see in the market and what you think would be valuable. I think that would be very helpful to us as we think about, the September go live. Backing that up, we like to get some information out, in advance, obviously. And so I don't know the cadence of this particular meeting and our invitation to it, but I would recommend that be an area of focus and perhaps solicitation of just some ideas from you all of what you think would be most valuable.
Yeah, I mean, we really appreciate the partnership, and we're highly motivated for you guys to be our long-term partner and to be successful. So I just would be curious to hear at some point when it's appropriate how we can help.
Yeah, no, that would be great.
I know Cindy had she had mentioned, it sounds like something that works well in your community. There's some print material, newsletters of stuff. Maybe you can help orient us with that a little bit and understand, is that something that is a good forum to reach some of your constituents?
Yeah, we can share information relative to, different communication channels that we have here in the county. So we'll share that with you.
I know you got a pretty active Facebook. I actually have that as one of my favorites, just to kind of keep up on what's going on in your county.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. We're just a handful of minutes over time here. I know I appreciate this information. Maybe a comment I'll make for future presentations. It's
Sure.
helpful to have some kind of a frame of reference as far as, especially as we evaluate how things are moving in the new clinic. Like, how does this compare to our pro formas? Especially that patient mix and stuff. So that's all for me, and I'll open it up. Sean and Randy, if you have any final comments.
No, I think the one thing on marketing I think about that's important is this is every place says this, but we are, because of the size of the community, despite our proximity to Denver, we are a kind of word of mouth community in large part. And of course, everywhere is in social media. The whole, the planet is pretty word of mouth right now. Not always to its benefit, but I think that here, one thing to remember is just that piece. So I think that customer satisfaction, a couple of those numbers, those kind of things will help quite a bit. Likelihood of referral, of course, is your metric for, patients in the door. Some of those others, though, will help that quite a bit, I think, in a small place like this, especially one that's anxiously waiting for something that, they haven't had for a while in the level that they'll be able to have it with this facility.
Yeah, you're spot on, Randy. I think our likelihood to recommend is our proxy for Net Promoter Score. Those that are fans of our service and are really promoting us outside of any formal marketing channel. We know that's the best way in which we grow. I would love to. I know we talked about some of the traditional marketing methods, and maybe Keith offline we can talk. I would love to better understand from a community perspective how we plug in all our providers with our associates that work in that clinic. Are there certain events that would make sense for us to be present at to really get that word out and connect with what the needs are of the community? So we'd look forward to maybe talking through that as well, what those opportunities might be.
Excellent.
Any kind of maybe Nine health fairs, or to Jason's point, any kind of community events. Gosh, we would love to have that opportunity to have our staff be involved. And I know they look forward to that as well.
I think Tim had a comment.
We have a monthly virtual town hall that we've been doing for the last many months. It's this Thursday night. It's probably the most attended event in the county from a virtual perspective. No offense, BOCC. Where we have several hundred. So that might be an event where you do a presentation. We're planning to do it for the foreseeable future anyway. So it might be an opportunity to plug you in.
Cool. Thanks,
Cool.
I'll be super brief. I just want to say thanks again for coming. I think it's been over a year since we've had a meeting like this, and this is something that all three of us commissioners have taken a personal interest in, a strong personal interest. And I think it would make sense to maybe do this quarterly, or at least ramp up the frequency over this critical period until the new clinic is up and running. So thanks again.
Right.
We would love to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd echo that and beyond. I'd say even the next year after that, once it's open, just keep an eye on it. We're all
Sure.
very excited about it.
Awesome.
Happy to do that. And if you have other thoughts around what you'd like to see, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'd like to customize this, obviously, to have value for you all. So let us know.
Okay, thank you
All
for your
right.
time.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
And I want to apologize to the Mountain Youth Network folks. I know you have a presentation prepared. We've got a couple of 10 o'clocks in front of the 10 o'clock that's you. So we're just going to roll through these as expeditiously as we can.
No problem.
Thank you, Laura. So first is the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. Does anybody want to call for anything to be removed?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and read it. Item 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item 2, consideration of approval of county ballot for local government limited gaming impact advisory committee. 3, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-32 to revise resolution number 21-24, allowing special district to pay a portion of amount due on county held tax lien to allow a waiver of the 30% penalty. Number 4, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-33, resolution authorizing the disposal of one vehicle owned by Clear Creek County. And
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I see the second from Randy. I have just 2 real quick things. One is on the ballot, I note that in the agenda, it is not filled out. So I just want to clarify our intent here. I assume our choice is to vote for the person we nominated, which is me, but I think that should be on the record. Does anybody?
Yes, I think we were validating that we we want you on the ballot. I think we did that at a separate meeting, which implied that we wanted you on the committee. And so therefore, yeah, it's that we would, that our vote is for George Marlin.
Yep.
Okay, and then this is just a comment on number 4, the disposal of one vehicle. I know that historically we've done sealed closed bids on disposal of vehicles. I think I understand that there are other ways to get more money out of our assets that we're ready to get rid of. And so I just maybe make a slight call for us to think about whether we want to continue to use closed sealed bids in the future, knowing that that's the method that gets generally the lowest price. And that said, all of that said, any other comments, or are we ready to vote?
I am.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up, 10 a.m. with Lisa Lieben, consideration of approval of water lease agreement with the Bard Creek Valley Association. And consent.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the time to present these 2 water leases for your consideration. Both are relating to filling the lake at 15 Copper Trail, located along Bard Creek Road, just south of Empire. In December 2020, we entered a water lease with the Bard Creek Valley Association, and that will enables the county to supply the lake evaporation on a year-to-year basis. The lake is currently dry, and the association estimates it's going to take about 44 or up to 44 acre feet of water to fill it. And if this lease is approved, that will enable the county to fill the lake at a cost of approximately $2,500 per acre foot. Due to various factors that we don't know about, the county may not be able to supply the entire 44 acre feet. So we have partnered with Blackhawk that they could supply up to 30 acre feet of that in case we are unable to. Total revenue projected is $75,000 to $110,000, depending on how much water is necessary to fill the lake. And the city of Blackhawk will be paid with the revenue that we receive from Bard Creek Valley Association. So I'll keep it quick because I know we're running late. And if you have any questions.
None
I
from
just
me.
have one real quick question. That 75 to 110, is that reflective of our costs, or are our costs higher or lower than that?
That's a good question. We don't really have the water budget bank built that way. So it's revenue, because at this point in time, it's water that we would be storing in Guanella Reservoir if we didn't sell it and the cost of storing that water is half of the water we receive in excess of our reservoir, 50 acre feet that we have in that reservoir. So in that aspect, it's a net gain.
Okay, thanks, Lisa.
So do we need two separate motions and votes in? It looks like it. If that's the case, I move that we approve the water lease agreement with Bard Creek Valley Association.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Also move that we approve the water lease agreement with the city of Blackhawk.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Lisa. And we are here for our update with the Mountain Youth Network. Laura, the floor is yours. Laura and team, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Can everybody see that? Awesome. Okay, well, of course, thank you for having us, and we do appreciate your time. And I don't think we probably will need a full hour, so we're probably just fine on time. So let's go ahead and dive right in. We're going to give you an update around activities and programming. Also, we're going to update you on our resources and funding. We're going to look at trends and the most current results from the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. And we're going to talk about Mountain Youth Pedicabs, the Gold Digger Trail, and just the idea of charitable contributions.
And
So
Laura,
yep.
Just real quick before you jump in, I'm seeing us ending at 10:45.
Oh, okay. Then I better move along. All right.
I was just going to suggest that if we needed to, we could defer the county manager update. I think I'd like to give these folks the time that they were allotted, since they came in 45 minutes anyway, if necessary.
Okay.
Cool, thanks. All right. So updates on activities and programming. This is a very full screen describing what's going on with Mountain Youth Network. And there are lots of categories of activities for both the coalition and for youth involvement. If you look at the youth involvement side, we've really added a lot of programming around engaging our youth. Trek Outdoors has really taken off with our new youth programs coordinators on board. Our center has opened and we have a safe space now for youth to drop in and hang out or participate in projects or attend meetings that we're having. Our Trek Talks has one component of that is the presentation team. And they have been giving lots of different presentations. They gave a Martin Luther King presentation with the Kids Corner at the Rec Center. They've given the dangers of vaping presentation to all of the middle school students. So that was probably productive. And then we have our Trek Cares with volunteer opportunities. And of particular note, we are responsible for implementing the BOCC life skills training to all of the middle school students. All 87 students are receiving this evidence-based prevention program. So we really are looking forward to the impact that could have. So we'll be back to talk about data, hopefully as early as the fall. Our coalition activities include data workshops, and we meet probably every few weeks. We have communications and public relations team. We are working on some strategic planning just to kind of streamline our operations, you might say. To probably, we're looking at that closely because we're trying to check the boxes for CTC, but still be nimble in our community. We also try to do everything with a lens of equity and positive youth development. So we have a task force that sort of serves as an oversight committee. That is in the process of being developed. And then I've listed a few collaborative projects and activities, and this is really just a few. I'm going to show you how our collaboration efforts have evolved over the last several months. And you can see that just from about 18 months ago, we have increased our collaborative projects by leaps and bounds. So this has been, it's been amazing. I really think that during the COVID year, I think community partners just really wanted to get involved and help in any way they can. So also, our youth activities have evolved. Our youth involvement projects and leadership opportunities and skill building and just lots of different categories of youth involvement activities. You can see almost immediate impact from adding 2 more team members. So that happened in November of 2020. And then you can see the first quarter of this year. And I don't even think I updated that. That was completed halfway through March. So we're really busy and we're really growing. So who makes all this happen? Our human resources are invaluable. The most current new member of our team is Chloe Alspaugh. We just hired her as our youth advisor. Our youth programs coordinators, Ben and Hannah, have now been on board for 5 months. Becca, of course, is the assistant coordinator, and she's been working with me for about 1.5 years. So that is the team and the updates to the team. But as important as human resources are, you have to be able to pay them. So financial resources are also important. So I'm going to go ahead and review just where we are with our funding. We have CDPHE funding for communities that care, and we are just about to start our second 5-year cycle. So we're going to be implementing CTC for another 5 years. We have funding from the Office of Behavioral Health, and this allows for prevention programming that includes our Trek Outdoors, our drop-in center, and the life skills training that I mentioned. We also have received foundation funding from El Pomar. This is specifically designed to support middle school activities. And they reached out to us and said they are impressed with what we were doing, but could we expand our efforts to include the middle school demographic? And it's interesting, the timing was really pretty perfect because we had just decided to do that. And so now we have some support for that, and that's good. And El Pomar is amazing. They're really great to work with. And then finally, I mentioned that we want to talk about some charitable contributions. We have been approached more than once in the last few months where people, private donors and maybe businesses are interested in supporting our efforts. So these extra resources, I think, can really have an impact on our equity and allow some of the kiddos who may not have gear or access to certain activities. I think this will help us really kind of equalize. So that's financial resources. Any questions about our funding? Good. All right. So we should talk for a second about the next 5 years of Communities That Care. Our grant funding for the next 5 years is about $215,000 a year. And that will begin July and go through the end of June in 2026. Obviously, it'll allow us to continue CTC. And just to kind of put out there that the first 5 years, we really kind of used that time to build the momentum with our youth engagement. And I think we did so successfully. The next 5 years, we intend to kind of work on our coalition activities and sort of work on our operations so that we can truly be sustainable as we move into the future. So let's just kind of remind everybody about CTC. What is it and how does it work and does it work? And I'm sure you all have gotten this somewhere along the way, but just to kind of give a quick review. So CTC is kind of a guide for communities to develop a very customized prevention strategy to sort of meet the needs, the unique needs of your own community. So it's very much designed for Clear Creek County. And at the foundation of CTC is something called the Social Development Strategy. And this is a framework where you provide just lots of opportunities so youth can build skills and have leadership opportunities and then offering recognition for accomplishments. So it seems really simple, you know, opportunities, skills, and recognition. And it kind of is if you can just get get in that mindset. So, I mean, does it work? They suggest that regardless of socioeconomic status or health disparities, that it really is an effective approach. And how do they know that? They know that because they have lots of data and research supporting CTC. And this example is a data point where communities were compared, communities that were implementing CTC compared to communities that kind of matched the demographics and so forth. And this is just one data point showing that students were 37% less likely to binge drink. That's probably good. So we don't, you know, we prefer they don't do that. But there's more data, there's lots of data. There's delinquency data, data showing reduction in violence and tobacco use, improvements in academic achievement, and even return on investment. So those papers are all available if anybody's interested. But I mean, that's CTC as a whole. I guess what we really might be more interested in is what does that mean for Clear Creek County? And what kind of data do we have to support that this approach is working right here at home? So we're going to look at the Healthy Kids Colorado survey data. And I just did a quick description here of what we call the HKCS. This is a survey that evaluates health and well-being of our young people. You've all heard of the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, I'm sure, right? Yeah. And it's administered in Colorado in the fall of the odd numbered years. So for Clear Creek, we participated in 13, not in 15, but back again in 17 and in 2019, and plan to participate in 2021. Our response rates are anywhere from 81% to 86% for the students who participate, and we've been told that that is sufficient to consider the data valid. And each year there are 3 data reports that are generated. One is usually just a kind of a summary. It's really easy to look at, and they make pretty charts and graphs on it, and it's about 2 or 3 pages long. The next is what's called the frequency report. That's where you get all hundreds of questions that are asked of the students and the results for those questions. And then the third report is something that's put together by this agency called Bach Harrison. They're sort of survey experts. But what they do is they sort of take our data and they analyze it to make it relevant to the communities that care process. So they help you identify which questions really kind of suggest which risk factors you should be working on. So it sort of helps us kind of know where to aim our efforts. And all the supporters, you can see all the alphabet soup. All the supporters include state public health, state human services, state public safety, State Department of Education, the School of Public Health, and CU Boulder, as well as the Bach Harrison group that they contract with. So the results are in for Clear Creek County, but we're not going to just look at 1 year. We're actually going to look at trends over all the data that we have here. So our data work group has really been busy, and our youth actually helped us assemble these graphs. So it's pretty fun to work with them, and they help us understand which data might be most interesting, or maybe most accurate, or maybe just most relevant. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at 10 slides of data, and it's going to be all around substance use. We do have some mental health data that we can look at. I think the Omni group used some of the mental health data in their behavioral health needs assessment. So you've seen that for 2019. But what we can do in the future is take a closer look at the trends for the mental health data. And that's what we're going to do here with the substance use data. So we're going to start with alcohol data. And what you're looking at here, I figured since we looked at a binge drinking data endpoint for CTC, we ought to look at a binge drinking data point for Clear Creek. So what you're looking at is 2017 data and 2019 data. And the definition for binge drinking is 4 drinks for females, 5 drinks for males within a couple of hours. So obviously things have gotten a little better. We're also going to look at the state data. So the average for the students in the state of Colorado in 2017 was just below what our students did. In 2019, we were well below the state average. And if you're interested in what those numbers are, I do have them. I can share that with you. But basically, just to give you an idea of whether we're performing better than the state average or worse than the state average. And this is actually a 45% reduction. So not bad. Binge drinking less. That's a good thing. All right, so next we're going to look at whether students have ever used alcohol. So this is, I'm curious, I'm going to try it kind of thing. And now you're looking at a bunch of bars here. In the previous slide, we only had high school data. In this slide, we're looking at high school and middle school. And trends are looking pretty good. And in 2013, we were up as high as 71%, 2017, 68%, and dropping down to 47% in 2019. That's looking very nice. How does that compare to the state? We were above the state for having ever used alcohol in 13, above the state in 17, and below the state in 19. Maybe I should have mentioned before we started looking at these dates that 2018 was the year that Mountain Youth Network really gained momentum. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're looking at this. I don't have as consistent of data for state students in middle school. And the middle school data it's interesting, and we think we've got some missing pieces to that story. So we're focused mainly on high school right now. But anyway, what this shows is a 33% reduction from 2013 to 2019 for having ever used alcohol in Clear Creek High School. So let's go on. That's just ever used. So maybe students try a drink. But what about those that have used it one or more times in the last 30 days? This is probably a better indicator of maybe regular use, you might say. So 2013, you see about 30%. 2017, you see about 30%. And then in 2019, it drops down to just over 20%. How does that compare to the state? We're well below the state in 2019. I think that's good news. And we also show a 33% reduction from 2017 to 2019 for Clear Creek High School students. All right, so that's alcohol. And we're gonna look at marijuana data now. So this is the ever used endpoint again. So this is, have they ever tried it? And you can see in 2013, about 50% of the students in Clear Creek High School had tried marijuana, dropping down to 44%. And then in 2019, down to 31.8. 2014 is when retail marijuana was approved, right? That is correct, isn't it? I think so. So for the percentage of high school students for the state of Colorado, we were well above in 2013, still above in 2017, and below in 2019. So that's having ever used, and our reduction was 36% from 2013 to 2019. Things are moving in the right direction. What about last 30 days for marijuana? This is the percentage of students who used it one or more times in the last 30 days when they took this survey. So you can see we're trending in the right direction. How do we compare to state? Well above in 2013, still above in 2017, and just below in 2019. And our reduction was about 45% from 2013 to 2019. So we're going to move into some vaping data. And I know this was kind of a big topic over the last couple years. And in fact, our Trek Talks presentation team has been working on vaping campaigns, or I guess I should say no vaping campaigns, starting in the fall of 2019. So it was probably just after they took the survey in 2019. So we're going to look at ever tried. So have you tried vaping products? And you can see that in 2013, maybe not so popular just yet, but in 2017, you know, things were getting interesting. I would really love to see the 2018 data because I bet it was really high. I bet it was higher than 46% for sure. In 2019, dropped back down to 40%. How does that compare to the state? So above the state back in 2013, above the state in 2017, and below the state in 2019. So hopefully, I'm sorry, we started our campaign for no vaping in the fall of 2018. So hopefully there's an impact from that happening there. So our reduction was 13% from 2017 to 2019 for the use for having ever tried vaping products. So then what about the last 30 days? Kind of an indication of more regular use. High school dropped from 26 to 23%. And the middle school vaping data really there's not much data before 2019. So we're just showing you the one data point for middle school. We were below the state in both 2017 and 2019 for having used in the last 30 days. And then it does show a 9% reduction. And we really hope that in 2021, we see that go down even more. So that's all the data. I do have a couple more data points to show you that are not related to usage, but related to perceptions about substances. But any questions about the usage data on alcohol, marijuana, or vape?
Hey, Laura, thanks for all that hopeful data and hopeful looking trends. This is all based on self-reported data, is that right?
That's right.
Are the state's numbers also self-reported?
It's all the same. Mhm.
What is the theory or thought behind whether kids answer those questions honestly?
Well, this is the data that we have, and what my understanding is, I'm not a survey expert, but they basically put in some checks within the survey. So like if students are lying, they might be able to recognize it based on a series of questions, or how they answer certain questions, and then how they might answer a follow-up question. So I could probably give you some, I could probably find a report that talks about those check-ins within the survey. But I don't think I could really explain it very well. But the point is, yes, they do have some checks in place to try to avoid using data that might not be at least a little bit valid.
Okay, and as I kind of think about it a tiny bit more, I mean, if the kids were skewed one way or the other, that would probably tend to be the same over time. So I think the important thing is the trend is headed in the right direction. So sorry to interrupt you, Hannah.
Oh, no, that's fine. I totally get it. And we talk about that a lot. Our kids really being honest. And we actually ask our students, what do you think? And sometimes they say, well, we worry that students think if they're doing this on a computer that they might not be being truthful. But, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I don't know if there's anything to it, but even if students can give us the right answer, let's just say, maybe somehow they'll believe that is the right thing to do. And so maybe they aren't being 100% truthful all the time, but maybe if they say, I'm not vaping, maybe that'll have an impact on their approach or on their way of thinking. If they know what the right thing to say is, maybe that'll help them know what the right thing to do is. That's just a little bit idealism here, but that's
Laura,
kind of one way to look at it.
Ben and I just went through our CTC training. It's fresh on the mind. Like one example of a check that they would use to ensure honesty on the surveys is asking if they've done like a fake drug. They would make up a name that sounds believable and put it in there. And if any student says yes to that, their entire survey results are thrown out. So there's those little checks and balances throughout that kind of help determine at least a little bit if someone's intentionally being dishonest.
Thanks, Hannah.
A little bit more, where our next survey will be done in the fall of this year. And so we're bringing a group of teens to be able to promote it to their peers, to be honest, and so that we can have more accurate results. So we're really looking forward to that approach, because that's something unique to Clear Creek that we thought might be more effective if students are telling other students kind of the reasoning and purpose behind this. And then to be able to see those results, and we're interested to see the results, the impact of COVID in those results as well.
Right. Thanks, Becca. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, and just a comment from me, it would be interesting to see, I don't know if they report this, the number of responses that were pulled out. Because if you can assume that it's proportional, if you can assume that the amount of lying stays constant, then you can say that these changes are therefore real.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too. The trend would hold up no matter what.
Right. I mean, the bottom line is that short of testing or, you know, I don't know what avenues we have in front of us to get the data. So the data we have is the data we have. It's what we have to work with. And so we have to, I mean, what I'm hearing is that it sounds like the best job of vetting this has been done in a professional manner to make sure that we have the best picture we can have off of the data that we have. And so it's, anyway, but in assuming that it was handled consistently throughout, and the same techniques were done in each year, and to compare us to the state, then the trends are still valid. And whether we've got them exactly right or not, at least we're heading in the right direction, and that's good to know.
Awesome.
I did have one quick follow-on question. Is there any effort to sort of try and connect the dots to say, I mean, the appearance of the Mountain Youth Network is awesome, and I'm sure that has some effect, but what are, why are the trends headed in the direction that they're headed? And maybe that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess that is sort of why I brought up the CTC research that does show that communities that are implementing CTC tend to have results that look like this. And so adding a little bit of validity to at least the framework and the operating system that we're using. So, it's a correlation. So I would never say because we did this happened, but something's going on in the community or in Clear Creek County that looks like it's having a positive impact.
Well, and just to tag on to that as well, of not, I appreciate Sean you saying that I'm not taking full credit for Mountain Youth Network's impact on it, because part of that CTC framework is collaboration within the community. And you saw that increase of collaborative efforts where so many community entities are coming together to support our young people. And that's where a lot of results come into play.
Right. And a very effective and dynamic new leader showed up in our school district. And I'm sure that
Yes,
that has some bearing on all this too.
Yeah, and we work very closely with the school district. We have so many partners. So it's a fun work to be a part of, especially in this time in our community.
And I don't mean to speak for the school district, but I will pass along numerous frequent comments about their perceived effectiveness of this program. And I do think that we get to say, hey, we've been working on a problem and we see that the problems get better. Let's pat ourselves on the back. I think this is just clear evidence that we're doing a really good job here.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm looking at the time and we only have a couple minutes. This next set of data is really kind of for the commissioners in that.
Just so you know.
Yeah, let's go through 11. Let's just go through 11 or until 11, and then that way we can get through this. I mean, this is important.
Okay. So this data is really about perceptions from students about, and we specifically pulled out perception of access. In other words, can I get a hold of alcohol? Can I get a hold of marijuana? Or can I get a hold of vape products? And I just thought maybe this is some data that would help us think about if there are things that we can work on together and to try to have an even bigger impact. So what we see with alcohol, and I think this is a hard one, but what we see with alcohol is there's no trend at all. The perception is it's over 50% of kids think it's easy or very easy to get. And how does that compare to the state? The state looks pretty consistent over the last, 7 years? But we're still below. And then middle school, you can see really doesn't have much of a trend at all. Nothing's, middle school is an interesting data set. We can talk about that another time, but again, alcohol might be a difficult thing to control because, there's a beer in the fridge at home and access is probably relatively easy. When you look at marijuana, something happened in 2017 that really made kids think marijuana was pretty easy to get a hold of. But back down again in 2019. So that's something. So the state, obviously well above the state in 2017, and then just below the state numbers in 2019. So that's for marijuana. Vape products, they changed the age federally just the beginning of 2020. And before that it was 18. There were seniors in high school that could easily go buy vape products and share them with their friends. In 2017, so we had over 60% of our students think vaping products were easy to get, and that's above the state. And then in 2019, it dropped a little bit. I'm really anxious to see this data point for 2021. How easy do students think it is to get vaping products after the age changed? But there are other things that can be done. Other policies potentially that can be put in place, maybe licensure or taxes on any of this. But I don't know, I just thought maybe this was something worth sharing with you guys, because you might have ideas about what we might be able to do to change the perception. Any thoughts? I mean, obviously there's media campaigns and messaging and education, and we have all that on the horizon for sure. One of the thoughts was maybe we could work together with the administration of the dispensaries or something, the owners and managers of the dispensaries, to maybe make better signage, or I don't know. I mean, this might be something where we could use some support and maybe new partnerships, but if there are any thoughts, we'd love to hear them. So I guess we kind of had the conversations and the questions already, but anything else? That's all the data. That's all the numbers I'm going to make you look at. So
A totally different line of thinking. Do you do any studying, or is there any conversation about harmful levels of video game engagement? And I mean, just my own anecdotal evidence suggests that kids who love the outdoors, who love spending time with their friends and family in the outdoors, don't tend to be the gamer kids. And not to make any judgment about anybody, but I have seen and heard that there are some harmful social effects of kids who get too excited and too involved with playing games.
Becca, I think you're a little bit familiar with some of the, again, this is how are you feeling about social media kind of data, not necessarily specifically about gaming, but it is about screen time and time spent on social media. So Becca, I don't know if you want to comment about that. That was something you were really interested in.
Yeah, so those are numbers that I looked at in the Healthy Kids Colorado survey data as well. There's very limited questions currently on that survey in regards to screen time, and especially specifying, breaking down whether it's video gaming, social media. So we have looked at those numbers. Obviously, it's something that we think culturally is trending. Nationally, there's data points. Locally, we're limited. I think more in our most recent data work group, we kind of talked about, well, would it be worthwhile to have an additional survey that we work with CU Boulder and other entities to form to get some more data points to use, because the whole point of using data in these strategic prevention frameworks is so that there's validity behind our efforts, and we can track and evaluate and assess our work as we go. So to answer your question in short, we don't have a whole lot of data points to be able to reference to gauge that.
Yeah, well, especially specifically about
the gaming.
So yeah, and as it relates, I know we showed you a lot of middle school data too, and we're really hoping to fill out that story and talk more about the impact in middle school, if there is an impact. And we're also even looking at potentially trying to add some 6th grade questions to try to have a couple more data time points for middle school, because basically the middle school data that you look at here, it's one and done. They take the survey, and then the next time they take the survey, they're in high school, and that's the way it goes. So rather than measuring necessarily behavior of a section of students, we're measuring a culture. I'm not sure, but anyway, the middle school data, we're excited to see what kind of an impact there is over the next year or so. So we'll be talking to you about that. Anything else? Questions or comments about the data? All right. Well, let's go on. We want to talk about some specific projects we're working on. The Mountain Youth Pedicabs is, I believe I gave you guys a kind of an outline of what that is and what it's looked like and what we've done and who we've partnered with. And I guess what we wanted to bring to you is a couple of requests related to operating Mountain Youth Pedicabs. So first, I guess, in terms of the description of the project and what you know about it, are there any questions about our partners or what we did in the short trial last summer?
Just a comment. I think it's a great idea and a great initiative, and fits in, I know, with a lot of the goals of the school district, and has found a lot of support around the community.
All right.
I'm curious to hear, how financially sustainable did it look? I know that there was a lot of excellent partners who supplied storage and equipment and maintenance. With all that said, were the peddlers able to make a fair wage and feel good about that?
Well, I will say the two young men who operated the pedicabs last summer it was probably only about 6 weeks. They made less than $1,000. They didn't make a lot of money, but they weren't in the peak of the season either. They really didn't get started until August. And so then they had to go back to school. And so it was a little bit of a clunky trial, but when they were out there, they interacted with the community, and the businesses just loved talking to them and encouraging them. And the rides were greatly appreciated. A lot of it was about out of towners who wanted to just ride around the town and up and down Minor Street or over by the water wheel. And I see real potential when and I guess it's when, not if, the Mighty Argo project gets started, completed, anyway, gets to be a point of interest, a bigger point of interest. And so that will be in the parking situation. I think that has definitely added to the potential for this to be good. So this will be our first, when we run this out for this summer, this will be the first full season. So we'll really get a feel for the potential there. But yeah, no, they didn't make a ton of money. They had a few really great days. Like they had a few days where they made a couple $100s, but there were also $5 days too. So hit or miss. So our requests for this are that we have your approval to actually manage the service at Mountain Youth Network. Last year, we, kind of as an unknown, we didn't want to add the liability. And so we really saw that it went pretty well. And of course, we get specific pedicab insurance. We just wanted to request approval to operate this and not have to do it as a private parent here or a private parent there. I think it will, with Mountain Youth Network operating the service, it will provide a more broad opportunity for the young people instead of just a couple kids here and there. And then also, we would like to request your approval to receive the donation of the pedicab equipment, if of course we are approved to manage the service. And then we do have grant money in the form of an indirect line item that's designated for facilities and administration. And we'd like to be able to use that line item to pay for the insurance premiums and the licensing fees. So those are our asks.
Before the board considers that, I have some questions. We had sent, Laura, you may recall, I sent you some questions asking for information concerning the insurance, the LLC that was formed. And looking at the LLC, it seems to be under the name of an individual, not in the county's name. So accepting the donations is not really the county doing that at this point. It seems to be the LLC. I'm not very clear on the legal framework that this has been done. And so I don't want the commission to approve something that right now they're not in a position to do. The Mountain Youth Network is of course part of the county. The key is to have the county as part of the LLC in protecting it. So I think it's premature right now to consider these requests. And in light of the fact that apparently there is a delay now in the need to get this done, I think it's better that we work to arrange that and have that all in a good package for the board to consider at a future date.
I agree 100%. Yeah, we didn't put the LLC, we didn't change the LLC until we knew it was going to be okay for Mountain Youth Network to take it on and actually operate the service. We didn't want to change that in case the answer is no. We would just do it the same way we did it last summer with the private owners. So yes, we once we have approval to move forward with this as a Mountain Youth Network project, then we'll put everything into the proper names and get that LLC straightened out. Probably we'll buy it from Cooper's father for $1 or something. However that needs to work. And Peter, you can help me with all that. But yes, no, I'm very aware that right now the LLC sits as Mountain Youth Pedicabs in the name of a parent who was of a kiddo who was involved last summer.
I was going to suggest the same thing. What you just said was that you'd get with Peter. I just think the two of you need to work together and figure out what the right program is. And I would encourage you to do that because generally I like the program. I think it's a great idea and a great example of showing some initiative and doing something cool. So if you figure it out, I'm in.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Well, then some details to work out. All right. And next, we wanted to ask you guys about.
Just real quick on the pedicabs thing. I think we're talking about an effort that is pretty small in terms of its impact on our budget, and I don't know that I need to do anything but say that once our senior staff is comfortable, I'm comfortable.
Okay.
So I don't know if we can issue direction now to allow staff to make a decision on this so that you're not waiting for the next board meeting slot and all of that, but
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think that's in keeping with what I was saying a second ago too. If you get, figure out the details, make sure it's legal and the liability's covered, and I'm 100% behind it.
Cool, awesome, thanks. All right, so next, and I'm gonna have Ben cover this one just real quick because this is, he and Hannah with Trek Outdoors are taking the lead on the Trek Trail or the Gold Digger Trail or whatever the final name ends up being. But this is the school property trail. So Ben, I'm gonna hand off to you.
Thank you. I'll be super quick because I know we're almost over time here. The Gold Digger Trail is a perimeter trail around the school. It's been a really collaborative effort between the school district, Clear Creek County Open Space, the county trails, and Mountain Youth Network to create the trail system for public use, but in large part for access and equity for students. The outdoors is an area all of us in the county find ourselves drawn to, and for students to be able to integrate that into their education and opportunities in and around school is crucial. And so the development of this project really came from those partners wanting to do something for youth in Clear Creek County and in the school. And then also the ongoing project will be led by students. And so Hannah and myself will be working with crews this summer from Clear Creek County Trails, and then Clear Creek High School and middle school students who are volunteering to be members of that trail development crew to do work days all summer long and make it happen to leave that fingerprint or that legacy on the school. So it's about a 1 mile loop with education stations, reflection and outdoor classroom space, fitness stations. Hopefully it will be the trail used for cross-country running, as well as to support the Project Bike Tech program that's getting students onto bikes for school. So just a really great platform to engage with youth outdoors and all the stakeholders to take part in it.
So if you guys, if you read the proposal, we did have a request around the building and maintenance of this trail. So, and specifically, we were proposing to Clear Creek County and the commissioners that maybe you would like to contribute to cover the youth crew labor. We want to show the young people that we respect their effort as much as any adult that might be on the, we have probably not the same rate that James Cavalli makes, but we want to pay them to be a part of the trail crew. So our ask is to cover youth crew labor. And also to approve our sponsorship campaign to go out and maybe get other support.
I'm supportive of that, but I would refer to George's answer and also point out that this is a work session, so we can't make any decisions now if we wanted to anyway.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it as well. And it's, I think it's within our staff's budgetary ability to, did I just invent a word? It's within our staff's ability to approve, and I don't have any problems with it at all.
Okay. Well, so should we create a resolution for this, or is this just an ask that needs to go into a different session?
I think it can be administrative.
Yeah, it's just administrative. Direction from the board is received. We're not asking for action from the board.
Okay.
I had indicated that this was an action session and there would be no approvals, formal approvals being given by the board during this session.
Understood. Cool. All right. Well, that's it for those projects. And then in general, we wanted to make sure that we were okay and approved to receive the charitable contributions that we've talked about. We've been approached more than a couple times to take support from the community or other private donors, and we really just weren't quite sure how to go about that. And so we had some discussions with Peter and Annette, and so here we are, I guess, just asking again, requesting approval to receive charitable contributions. So I think maybe that also has to go into a different administrative session.
Well, without having received, I mean, I presume you said you did get with Peter and you figured all this out. Is that correct?
We had indicated in email that no resolution would be required.
Right.
Again, this is an action session, so the board has no action to take here.
Okay. All
The thing
right.
I'll throw out there really quickly is I know the school district has stood up a fund with Community First Foundation, and the county has too, for fundraising around the clinic. And it would seem to me to be natural for you guys to consider doing the same, to be able to accept funds as a 501c3 from interested community members, and then you could use those funds for things that were otherwise hard to fund, grant matches, that kind of thing.
So just so we're clear, Mountain Youth Network is not a 501c3, of course, and they cannot accept contributions in the name of a 501c3. They may be able to accept them as a government entity. I've advised Laura that she may not tell any of the contributors of the tax deductibility of any of the donations. And Nanette is working with her on a letter that makes that quite clear, so that it's not on literature other than that they should seek assistance from their tax advisor.
Yeah,
But
and
in
we could take
terms of
that offline. But
accepting- Yeah, in
I was
terms of
talking about using Community First 501c3 status and completely avoiding having to get involved in that, those details.
we can discuss that. The concern is, and we can discuss this in another forum, the protection that they are afforded currently in terms of government immunity by being basically a part of public health, as opposed to a separate 501c3 non-governmental organization is something that we've talked about not wanting to give up, but we can certainly explore that.
Yeah, I'll just follow up with you, Peter, about it, because I think we're talking maybe about two slightly different things.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I guess I would love to think that when someone wants to give us money to do something that we want to do, we should take it. And I don't, maybe there's some complexities there that I don't understand, but that's my take.
Okay, well, so I guess we will get into some of the details and the protocols with Larry and Nanette, and I would love to learn more about how to work with that Community First Foundation as well, but I guess that will continue in another place. So we're done. Any questions or comments, or do you need to get moving on here?
I think we need to jump into the COVID update.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks and keep up the good work.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate the difference you guys are making in our community.
We appreciate that. Thanks so much, you guys. All right. Have a great day, commissioners.
Okay, so we are here for our COVID update. Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thanks, George. Good morning, everyone. So we'll start with the numbers. Nationally, we are at 31 almost, or 30 plus million, almost 31 million confirmed cases across the US. The average daily number of new cases continues to climb and has maintained a very high level over the last week. Number of new cases, almost 65,000 is a 7-day average. Hospitalizations continue to be high and a slight increase over the last week, although we may see a significant increase in the coming weeks. Fatalities, we are now at 555,000 plus Americans dead in the last year. Current rate is 794 per day as a 7-day average, although again, that may go up with the increased hospitalizations. Test positivity rate across the country is at 4.7%, an uptick from last week. Major contributing factors, lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, travel, reduced restrictions across the country, and B117. The Colorado trend. Current number of daily cases has plateaued over the last several weeks and now in excess of 1,326, which is a slight increase actually from last week. So it's sort of an elevated and climbing plateau, if you will. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate has gone up at 292 per 100,000 in the state. Hospitalizations, we actually have seen an increase across the state over the last week, primarily in 20, 30, 40, and 50-year-olds. We currently have 401 individuals who are hospitalized with confirmed COVID. Test positivity rate across the state has jumped up to 7.6%. As I said, major contributing factors, number one is B117 or the UK variant, lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, and the governor's desire to remove restrictions. Vaccine update. To date, as of yesterday, 1.9 million plus individuals, or 33% of the total Colorado population, have been immunized with at least 1 dose of vaccine. And 1.1 million plus, or 19% of the individuals have received 2 doses and are fully immunized. In Clear Creek County, and that number for the US is actually quite similar to that. So 33% or 34% roughly have received 1 dose and 19% fully immunized across the US as well. So our numbers in Colorado are mirroring the national trend. In Clear Creek County, our case count 8 for the last week, 20 in the last 2 weeks, sum total of 409 to date. Hospitalizations have held steady at 20, 2 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident is at 205 per 100,000. Our 2-week test positivity rate is at 5.5, although last week we didn't have testing, so that number is a bit artificial. Major contributing factors to the spread, social gatherings, lack of mask wearing, and the perception that the vaccine you received is impenetrable. Testing updates. We have commenced testing, as I've stated over the last several weeks, back in the school, testing both staff and students that are wanting that, as well as in the jail. And we have our community testing in Idaho Springs every Tuesday as we speak from 10 to 2. No pre-registration necessary. Vaccine update. We have vaccinated 2,728 individuals with a single dose, 1,332 with 2 doses, and 1,500 with the J&J to date. This week, we are vaccinating 600 plus individuals tomorrow with their 2nd dose. We have also received 1,000 doses of J&J that we will be administering over the next several days to the business community in Clear Creek County. As you're all aware, the governor last week opened up vaccines to everyone 16 and up. Obviously, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds can only get the Pfizer vaccine. It is the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson that 18 and older are eligible for. So basically, all folks 16 and over are eligible to receive the vaccine. If you can find an opening in the state to get your dose. As far as the dial update, it's the governor's intentions to remove the dial in the next week and a half or so. I don't know the exact date yet. To remove it as a recommendation and create a sort of a guidance paradigm, if you will, so counties can follow it if they choose. There's not a ton of clarity around that. It's basically a removal of the dial. And then if counties want to follow it, they can. In addition, the governor has changed the mask mandate, making it as confusing as humanly possible so that counties who are in green, although I'm not sure how that's relevant in another 10 days when the dial is gone, counties that are in green can opt out of the mask mandate. And so it's created now, as you might imagine, an incredible patchwork of mask mandate and not mask mandate, which will only create further confusion, particularly for folks who come in from out of state. Although I did meet last night with Routt County, Eagle County, Summit County, Gilpin County, a number of the mountain communities basically, and a number of the county managers for those specific counties around mask mandates, the desire to have it in our counties, wording around that sort of thing, and trying to create a unified message so that when folks do land at DIA and head straight for the mountains, they're hearing the same message across Clear Creek and Eagle and Summit and Routt in all the counties up in the mountains. And it isn't just one county, one-off in each of the counties. So we'll see where that lands. Any questions so far? Okay. So we shall see. The B.1.1.7 variant is now the dominant cases across the United States. It's far more transmissible, as we've discussed for many, many weeks now. It's now in every state in the entire country. And it is far more, as I said, far more transmissible, but is wreaking far more havoc than the original virus is, particularly in the 20, 30, 40, and 50-year-olds. A number of them ending up in the hospital, otherwise healthy, and likely would not have in the initial virus. So it is quite concerning, particularly when you see a baseball stadium with 38,000 plus folks, none of which are wearing masks and none of which are socially distanced. It's an opportunistic virus, and when it is that transmissible and that challenging, and you have gatherings of that nature, it only opens us up to huge problems. As I said, only 19% of the Colorado population and US population is fully vaccinated. That leaves 80% who are unvaccinated and unprotected and open to these new variants, particularly the UK variant. So as far as vaccines are concerned, when you receive your vaccine, it is protection for you. It is not protection for anyone around you. The folks who are 16 years or under 16 years of age, it is going to be quite a while before we can vaccinate them. And what these variants are telling us and showing us is that it doesn't really matter how old you are. The original virus was not particularly deadly or particularly problematic for younger folks. But what these variants are showing us is they're able to change. They're able to mutate, and now they're having a significant impact on younger and younger. So it's going to be next year before we're able to vaccinate folks under 16. And so the pandemic isn't over. This virus is going to be with us for the foreseeable future, if not annually, until we can figure out a complete cure for it. And so I personally think the governor is sending the wrong message by eliminating a lot of these guidance and a lot of the mandates. It's a little premature. We need another 8 weeks at a minimum to vaccinate, to get our vaccine numbers up to where they would be protective. 19% is nowhere near where we need to be. That number at a minimum needs to be 3 to 4 times that before we can feel comfortable about doing the things we did before.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. And the ground is certainly shifting here at the state level. And so I think we're going to have some conversations to have on this board about whether we want a mask mandate that's different from and or extends beyond the state mask mandate. I looked at it over the weekend. Our mask mandate actually expired on the 31st. I don't think that was the 31st of March. I don't believe that was our intent. So I think that that's something that we need to have a conversation about in the maybe next week. And then, of course, we need to talk about whether we would like to be on the dial for ourselves after, I think it's April 15th. And then one other thing that I just want to put out there that I'd like to discuss is, Dr. Ryan, I think you were in the meeting too. We heard reports from businesses in Idaho Springs that non-mask wearing defensiveness is on the rise again, and it's impacting our frontline workers everywhere. And so I'd love for us to have a conversation about how we can help people understand, at least when they arrive inside of our towns, that we still expect them to wear masks.
I think those are all legitimate subjects to talk about. You know, I heard what Tim said about what he thought was the inappropriateness of the counterproductiveness, I'll say, of the governor's action in this case. I agree with that. And so I'm happy to take it up. And I do think that we did not intend for our mask order to expire. We certainly didn't talk about not continuing it or continuing it, but I think we've been pretty consistent all the way along. And I'm disappointed that we've let one of these dates slip by again. And I think we should do something about it, but then we can have that conversation about all those things. I'm looking at some of the counties around us and the actions that they're taking too. I'll look over to Summit. I know they got a different metric going right now. But I do think it was I think trying to have inconsistency county line to county line and putting it on the counties to do this is tough. But I think that we need to make sure that if we're going to do it, that the restaurants are, that we help the restaurants in any way we can to be able to influence their customers to know when they come in, you know, what the deal is. And I don't know whether that's through better signage or what it is, but we can get into that later.
Yeah, I don't disagree with either of those viewpoints. I mean, the one thing that I would like to focus on more is actual science and data. I mean, you hear a lot of anecdotal commentary, and I think it's important also to, you know, take a holistic picture and to consider some of the people here in the county who aren't vaccinated, for example, are COVID survivors, and there's at least some evidence that that affords you some protection. So, you know, however we proceed forward, I think it makes sense for us to do it based on science.
I think it's a great idea, and we've got a person here who's eminently qualified to interpret that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Sean, to your point, a prior diagnosis of COVID does not necessarily protect you against some of the variants. So the vaccines, and I believe Corrine asked that, vaccines are far more effective at protecting you against the variants than a prior diagnosis, particularly one that was early on in the pandemic.
thanks for tackling that question. So I noticed that Jefferson County just updated their mask order. They modified it a little bit. So there's like the if and then there's the what, right? And I think we can dispense with the if pretty quickly. I realize we're not taking action right now, but I certainly support a local mask order.
Do you think people should be wearing masks outdoors, George?
Well, the when is definitely, or the how, the what is definitely something worth discussing. As far as whether they should be outdoors or not, I note that Jefferson County's does not require masks when people are outdoors. That doesn't mean that we have to do what Jefferson County did. I also note that their cutoff age is now 11. And so I guess what I'm calling for at this point is just that we find the time in our next meeting to be able to take action on a mask order that our staff thinks is the right one.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. We can all have opinions about indoors, outdoors, and I think what you just said, the how and the what, just as it's been all along. I mean, when people are socially distanced outdoors, they haven't been required to wear a mask everywhere they are. I think the point is that if you're outdoors and you're not socially distanced, you're not necessarily safe. But I'd leave that up to Dr. Ryan to inform us at our next meeting, and then I think we should plan to. Personally, I intend to vote to continue a mask order when the time comes. And what that mask order is, I would rely on, like John said, science and data as interpreted by our #1 interpreter.
Yeah, and I don't think you meant to use the word opinion there, but that was kind of my whole thought, was that we focus on as much empirical data and science as possible. And
no, yeah, and that wasn't an attack. It wasn't intentional. I was just thinking what you had just articulated. So.
Well, there's opinions and then there's professional opinions. So professional opinions being those opinions that are informed by data as interpreted by the professionals who are trained to interpret that data. Moving on to where we might be on the dial. I don't know, Tim, if you have a recommendation for us to chew on over the next week. This is probably something that we should be ready to take action on next week as well. Are you thinking that you're prepared to recommend that we stick with the dial framework as is locally?
I do, George. I don't think it makes any sense for us to reinvent the wheel. The wheel has served us, I think, fairly well. It's certainly not perfect, but I think it has served us well. I think abandoning that and not using any metrics to determine anything makes zero sense at this point. The pandemic isn't over, as I stated. Until we can get as many folks vaccinated as possible, we're going to need to adopt these sort of the same exact guidance we've been following since day one. I don't really understand the rationale behind it. I even specifically asked, what is the rationale behind it, and got a nonsensical answer. So I don't believe there is rationale behind getting rid of it. It makes sense for counties who have 500 people in them, who have 0 tourists who go through there on any given day. But for counties like Clear Creek and everyone west of us who have tens of thousands of people and even more in the next month and a half coming through, I think we need to adhere to the guidance that's kept us this far. Opening restaurants up to 100% back to what they were when the B117 is at the rate it's at right now makes no sense to me at all. And so particularly now that the warmer weather is here in Idaho Springs, as an example, Minor Street is closing. They've actually significantly increased their capacity as far as number of patrons they can serve in any given day. So I don't know that abandoning it makes any sense at all. It gives us sort of those guardrails for which to keep us on track and make sure that we're doing the right thing. Also, it makes for everyone significant clarity in terms of what businesses are expected to do and what they're supposed to be following. a patchwork won't serve anybody. I think this clear, concise message has served us well, and I think keeping that for the foreseeable future makes sense.
Maybe just the only another, wow, I'm really inventing words at a high rate today. The only other unshared thought that I have in my mind right now is that what we do, it would be nice if it is the same or very similar as what our neighbors do. And our neighbors to the east of us are very important as well. My hope would be that when someone lands in DIA, for example, they can drive all the way through to Vale or Glenwood and have the same rules that whole way. And I actually don't think that, I think there's a good likelihood we can get there. So maybe that's my final comment.
Yeah, and that was the intent behind our meeting yesterday, and which was our second one with those counties to the west of us and more or less all around us, and really try to create a concise, precise message that we all share. So it is clear for folks. So, you know, Clear Creek isn't the only county doing that sort of notion. It's all of us that you might come in contact with in any given day. The only other point I wanted to make before I forget, anyone in this entire county who is 18 years of age or older, please go to the Clear Creek County website. We have a new format that we've developed to try to really hone in on our community members. Click on that. It's a pre-registration link. It will look very familiar to what you've seen before. You enter in your name, address, or name, email address, county in which you live. We're collecting that for demographic information to really understand who we're vaccinating. And then you will be sent an email asking you to schedule yourself separately from that pre-registration form. So it's sort of a two-step process that we've adopted. Anyone who's 18 years of age or older, please go on the website and do that. If you are under 18, I have found success in Summit County, our western neighbor, to get my 17-year-old daughter vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine because Clear Creek does not have any Pfizer. It was necessary to go to a neighboring county to get my younger daughter vaccinated. But so any questions on that process, please let us know, and I'm happy to help. We do also have individual Jennifer who is answering the phone on a daily basis, regular business hours, and also walking folks through that process if they don't, for instance, have a computer or have internet or any of that sort of thing. She will walk them through that on the phone and get them scheduled in that way.
I have a quick follow-up question about the 1,000 doses and the business community. I think first off, that's a great plan. If I'm a business owner in Clear Creek, how do I get involved? How do I register? How do I get my employees vaccinated?
So we have reached out on numerous occasions over the last 3-4 weeks, trying to queue them up and get them ready, so that when we did receive them, it was sort of a streamlined process. We've reached out to all the businesses who have expressed interest and redoubled down on that over the last 3 days once we learned that we were getting these doses this week. Sometimes walking on site and talking to them. And we sent an email basically with the same process that I just described with the pre-registration link. So the manager or the business owner is sort of the lead. They then forward it on to their own employees who pre-register and will get their own scheduling email. The clinic we're having in Idaho Springs is meant as a walk-up clinic so that folks who live or who work in Idaho Springs literally can walk over, get their vaccine and go back to work, sort of thing. And then we'll have one in Georgetown and then in Dumont the following week as well. So if there are businesses out there who have not been contacted, please reach out to us. We have tried our best to identify everyone through every channel that we have. Some we just didn't hear back from and tried to reach out to them several times. So if there are businesses that fell through the cracks, please let us know and reach out to us and we will get you scheduled.
Perfect. And do we have any idea like what the size of that unvaccinated population is of our workers here in Clear Creek that are going to get their vaccine soon if they want them?
The original list or the original email we'd sent out, our response back from businesses, just as a general head count of folks who in their business wanted it, we were north of 700 plus folks. That does not include, for instance, the construction crew at the new clinic. We're going to be doing an on-site clinic there for them. The same with the new affordable housing that's going up on Colorado Boulevard. We're going to be doing an on-site clinic there. Just to get those folks vaccinated, that they probably don't have emails, nor do they check their emails on a daily basis, sort of thing. Trying to be as flexible as possible and do mobile units if need be, and get to where the people are.
Perfect. Yeah. So it sounds like the 1,000 should put a good dent in that, if not give everybody a shot. So good plan. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think I recall from roughly it's about 1,600 jobs that we have in Clear Creek County as of 2018's. I think that came out of the housing analysis.
Yeah, and we've heard anecdotally, we've heard back from businesses that, oh, half my employees already got it somewhere else, or some other scenario. So I think we're getting pretty close to that number. The other thing, Sean, to your point, we reached out to the businesses and said, if you, just as an example, if you have a half a dozen or a dozen employees who are currently laid off because of lack of business, but you intend to bring them back in the next month or so, reach out to them and bring them in as your employees, and we'll get them vaccinated as well.
Awesome. Thanks.
So patience, everybody.
Over.
Yeah, and of course we just going back to other factors, remembering and something that maybe doesn't need to be said, but as we're saying, is it's always good to know what the business community thinks as we're designing these things. I don't know what we did a mask survey that we could maybe modify a little bit and push back out. That might be useful. They might have some insights. Not that I think that when we're thinking about public health, we would think about the need for it ourselves, but as far as the how, there might be some lessons learned there that can improve that.
Yeah. And just for the record in the recording, I have reached out to CDPHE many times, as have my colleagues across the entire state, asking for our data, asking for the data that they're relying on in terms of who we've vaccinated in their place of residency, et cetera. We've received nothing back. Eagle County did share a sort of workaround, which I find quite strange, to try to get that data, but we have yet to be successful, and we're going to continue to try to do that to really get a hard count of who have we vaccinated, particularly the folks who live and work in our county. So it's a work in progress.
Okay. Any other comments? It's 11:34. Seeing none, Tim, thank you as per usual for showing up to talk to us about this once a week. It looks like next week we'll try to carve out some time for a more robust conversation. And
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Just a quick reminder, we do have our virtual town hall this Thursday. It is at a new time. We're starting at 5:30 to 6:30. We moved it up a half an hour to accommodate some other things that are going on in the county. So that'll be 5:30 this Thursday evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
And next on our agenda is a work session with Road and Bridge regarding pavement maintenance plan and funding sources. We've been talking about this every week for some time. So Carl, Stoy, Julie, what do you got for us?
Morning. Is Keith on with us now too? All right.
I'm here, buddy. I'm here.
All right, the whole gang's here. Good morning again, board. John, Short, Sean, and Randy. We are looking at the continuation of our road and bridge revenue funding work session. As George alluded, we're probably 3 or 4 weeks into this. I'd like to again introduce my immediate team, admin team at Road and Bridge. Stoy's with us, Julie's with us. We've got Brent Worthington, Keith, and Peter Lichtman's been working with us as well to keep us on track. So previously, we've sat down and gone through lists of some different revenue funding options or possible funding options. And we weeded through quite a few and have kind of settled on, just looking at the options or possibilities with a mill levy increase, whether it be long-term or short-term, some sort of sales tax increase, whether it's a portion of it would be remitted to municipalities or whether it's directly to Road and Bridge. So going through the options and looking at that, Brent's put together or developed an analysis tool that helps show the revenue versus cost moving out and showing future projections of the road and bridge budget over the next 10 years. He's able to adjust that and look at different scenarios by adjusting mill levy amounts and or sales tax percentages. So with that being said, and without further discussion at this point from me, I'll turn that over to Brent and let him walk you through the process to show you what we've been working on since the last meeting.
Thanks, Carl.
Sure.
I'm gonna share my screen now. This is an interactive forecasting model that we've been working with. Y'all have seen this before. I think that we rolled it out first time in the 2020 budget development process. And then we've done some refinements and updates over the past several months. What you see here,
Brent, are you able to zoom? Brent, just 1 second.
Budget. I'm sorry?
Thank you. Sorry, trying to cut in there. Do you mind zooming in a little bit? It's a little hard to read.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, this is adopted now. These numbers come directly out of the 2021 adopted budget, and it translates down into this graph. Red line is expenditures, blue line is total revenues. And as we track over the years, we see the movement of the relationship of the expenditures to revenue. I'm going to try and there. That hopefully is readable, and it gives it includes the entire graph. So this is based on starting with the 2021 adopted budget and then projecting out into the future. Revenues, property tax, possible sales tax, right now that's blank. Other taxes, intergovernmental licenses and permits, charges for services. There are growth factors built into these for the non-tax revenues. And then down here at the bottom, we've got a breakdown of operating expenditures by category. And then capital, I'm going to switch over to the expense matrix that Stoy has put together. And so I'm pulling the cost totals on this over into the budget model in order to capture the projections for capital projects. So as it stands now, it's a fairly bleak picture. The fund balance, the bottom line here, goes negative in 2024 and stays negative in the $4 to $5 million range for the next 6 years, and then it goes even more negative in 2030. And so this is the hurdle that we've been talking about overcoming. Some of the variables, or the three main variables that we've identified as being able to either being able to possibly influence, or in the case of inflation, an important variable to capture is, these are all linked into the formulas in this worksheet. So we can see what the ramifications are of changing these variables. For instance, the first thing is we talked about putting an inflation factor in the capital projects, because that's pretty much a given. Inflation is significant in the trades and is not necessarily as well behaved as overall consumer price index has been over the past many years. So if we put in a reasonable inflation rate, let's say 3%, then that affects the expense curve. And you see it kicks it up even more. So we get into a negative fund balance, and that negative fund balance is more significant as the years go by with that 3% annual inflation. Now we've talked about the possibility of asking the voters for a mill levy increase, targeted just for the Road and Bridge Fund. And we can try different levels of mill levy increase. If we increase 1 mill for the Road and Bridge Fund, then it makes a difference. It still doesn't solve the problem, but it shifts the revenue curve up. If we go full on and say we had additional 5.75 mill levy for several years that sunsetted a few years ago, what if we ask the voters to reinstate that? So we put in that 5.75, then it looks better. I mean, we've got positive fund balance throughout this range. We're building fund balance out here in the out years to help us compensate for a revenue decrease when the Henderson mine tapers off and eventually shuts down. We've got 1 year where expenses are above revenues, but we can weather that because we do have we have been building fund balance over that period of time. Now, if you want to look at possibly putting in a sales tax, again dedicated to the Road and Bridge Fund, well, the general sales tax rate that goes into the general fund is 1%. So what if we ask the voters to put an additional 1% sales tax on our tax base that would be dedicated to the Road and Bridge Fund? That would increase the total county sales tax up to 2.65%. But the revenue difference would again be significant. This would keep us in the black and build a very healthy fund balance out in the out years, and it would keep revenues above expenditures in each one of these years.
Brian, if we're viewing these as, I bet Sean's going to say the same thing. If we're viewing these as alternatives, can we return the mill increase to zero?
Yep, we sure can. And that's, I think that realistically, that's the way to approach this. I think it's an either or situation, focus either on the mill levy or on the sales tax. And if we take that down, then on a 1% sales tax rate, we're still in pretty good shape. We've still got this blip here in 2024. but we can cover it out of fund balance, and we're building a healthy fund balance out into the out years. So now, I mean, you know, this is what the numbers look like, and now the question becomes, how do we get there? What's the best way to approach the voters in order to generate the revenue that's going to be needed to keep the county road and bridge infrastructure in a healthy position, you know, moving forward.
Brent, if you page up, will we see the absolute effects of the sales tax? Yes.
Yep. I put that in starting in 2023, because realistically, I mean, if we go to the ballot in November of this year, then we could possibly get that sales tax in place and ready to go as of January 1st of 2022. But I don't know if that's realistic. And, you know, again, I tend to budget conservatively. So I put the sales tax increase kicking in out here in 2023.
What growth rate is implied by your numbers there for the sales tax growth?
Yeah, it's a 3% annual increase.
And do we know what it has been over the last 4 years since we implemented the zero?
Yeah, it's been more than that. It's been 5 to 6%.
Last question about sales tax. I know Gilpin has a zero, I want to say zero sales tax at the county level. Do you know off the top of your head, Brent or Keith, what Jeffco, Summit, Eagle, some of our neighbors, Grand are in terms of sales tax at the county level?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to do a little research on that. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay.
So as far as sales tax growth projections, I think in the context of trying to budget, it makes sense to be conservative. In the context of trying to figure out what the right sales tax is and then communicate that out to the public in the way that they want to support it, I think it's important that we shoot for a number that we think is accurate. And so I don't know. I don't think I recall taking 2020 out of the data set, a year in Clear Creek County in which sales tax growth was 3%. I think it's always been higher than that, maybe closer to 5. I think the cities tend to use 5 as their budget number, and they tend to be pleasantly surprised every time.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. I increased the growth factor to 5%.
I think that's
and
that George makes.
That gives us again, it doesn't change the pattern all that much, but it does shift the revenue curve up a little bit. Now, and if you wanted to reduce the tax rate to something that might be more attractive to the voters, let's say, well, let's make it comparable to the ambulance tax. Oh, oops.
I think George misspoke a second ago. He said that the cities use 5% and tend to be pleasantly surprised. I think he meant 3.
No, I think I meant 5, and that they tend to be pleasantly surprised.
After using 5% as their figure, right?
Yes, that's what I intended to say. I mean, and whether or not I'm right is up for.
That was immaterial. I just meant when you said 3%, but it's more like 5. That's why I thought you meant to use 3 as a conservative rule, and then we're always happily surprised. So now, anyway, I digress.
I wouldn't be surprised if we have another 10 years of 5, but at some point we're going to start running into the law of large numbers, and it's going to be a regression to, you know, more secular growth numbers that everyone else experiences, is my guess.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and that's what my gut tells me too. I mean, 5 to 6% growth is great, and it's realistic for a while, but projecting out over a 10-year range, I'm just not comfortable with that.
Well, I think George makes a great point. I mean, this is going to be a big lift no matter what we do. And if there's any perception that there's any sort of sandbagging on our part, whether it's well-meaning or not, that's dangerous.
Sure.
Yeah. I think a lot of that, going back to that 3 to 5% thing and how long it's sustainable. I mean, the reason it's been like that for so long is because of the increase in pressure of visitation coming up, in large part from the Denver area, probably primarily. And, you know, we're going to, at some point, some distance out, we're going to hit the law of diminishing returns on transportation, the ability to transport people. There's only going to be so many people that, you know, so it's hard to know how that's going to play out. It might continue for a long time, but I kind of tend to agree that once these current projects settle out, I'm guessing Floyd Hill will probably pump some more wallets into the area for some period of an increasing number. But.
And the impact of Wayfair, that's maybe well, I don't know if that's a one-time jump or not, but anyway. Just for everybody listening, that's the impact of our taxes being charged on delivered goods ordered online.
Right.
So while y'all were discussing that, I played around with some incremental changes to a potential sales tax increase, and if we went with a 0.75% with that 5% annual growth rate, then we've got a couple of problem years, but these are also 2024 is the year that Stoy has the largest capital project cost in the next little bit of time. So if he could smooth that out, then we could make things work with that 0.75% sales tax increase. So these numbers, all of them are flexible, all of them are manageable if we can get the bottom line to where we don't have huge deficits and we continue to build fund balance into the out years, then I think we can work with that.
I did have one other question. I know we've always talked about, we've used the words pavement maintenance or pavement something or other associated with this. Is there any other significant capital costs that we're not considering right now that we should?
Carl, you want to answer that, or you want me to take a stab? Go ahead.
I think we do have some possible improvements down, well, within the next 10 years with the buildings that we occupy and the fuel station out front. Most of the operating expenses and the equipment is built into the budget, but we have cut back tremendously on some of the contingency that was in the budget originally for building maintenance and stuff like that.
But in terms of like graders and major big ticket items when it comes to equipment, that's all been considered. I would expect so. I'm just double checking.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to have to watch very closely, you know, how we move forward with equipment replacement, but we've got that built into the budget as well. Keith, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you covered that, Carl. That's essentially what I was going to say. When we put the budget together, we've already accommodated for equipment, capital equipment purchases, and also the maintenance on the roads. That's already included in the budget. So what we're primarily looking at here is coverage or acquiring some additional revenue for capital road projects And that's what Stoy had built out in his projections. But I think just the normal year-to-year budget already captures a number of some of the components that you just brought up, Sean.
Yeah, I actually feel guardedly optimistic. This is the first time I've seen something that looked achievable.
Yeah, I think, again, thanks to the team that has been working on this. One of the things I think, or a couple things we probably need to take into consideration is what some of the other taxing entities are thinking about. I know, the school district, the fire district, the rec district, and some of these other special districts. We just have to be cautious about not going to the voter all at the same time, where the voter's just going to say, well, that's nonsense, and not vote for anything. So I think we have to be cautious and take maybe a comprehensive look at this with all the taxing entities. And then the other thing, as far as sales tax, our team talked about this as well, is we get a lot of sales tax from the towns, and will the towns be expecting part of that sales tax to go back to the towns for their road improvements, public works improvements, that type of thing?
Pretty sure as a matter of law.
One way to, there are different ways.
I'll just finish real quick. I'm pretty sure that as a matter of law, we share back half of the revenues we receive within the cities. And that's all. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, is that true? Would that be true for the sales tax as well? I guess.
So you have to, as part of the provision in the sales tax in the ballot item, you would make it a condition of that in the resolution that would be seeking the item, that the sales tax be returned to the cities, their portion that's taken from the incorporated portions of the town. I provided Keith with the research and information on that, but of course, as it gets closer, if you were to do that, we would make sure that that's taken into account.
And so what that boils down to is that would have to be taken into account when establishing, obviously, the revenues that come out of it in this spreadsheet in order to establish what the sales tax percentage needs to be in order to accomplish our goals. Bottom line is, if it goes away, then and I'm sure you must have already accounted for it here.
Well, yeah, the way the spreadsheet is set up now is the sales tax percent is the net that would come to the county. So to whatever extent we share that back with the municipalities, we'd need to gross up the total tax rate increase that would be requested.
So you're saying that's not incorporated into this calculation at this time? So that
not the gross. This is looking at the net.
This is looking at the net the county would receive.
Yes, correct.
Returning the city's portion to the city. That's already counted.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Am I sure I'm understanding that right?
Yeah. Let me try this. If the county receives a net of 0.75% sales tax, then that drives these numbers.
Right.
So when we're drafting the ballot language, we would need to gross that up to the total tax rate that would cover both the share that goes to the municipalities and this 0.75% that comes back to the county.
Okay, thanks. That helps me understand this better. That these projections have not had the city's portion removed yet. So therefore, the amount of sales tax would have to be a higher sales tax in order to make this chart work the way it does.
Correct.
Because we're not going to, because Because what we're looking at right here is a 0.75% sale, 75% net.
Back to the
It
county.
implies a higher gross, which implies a higher than 0.75% sales tax.
Yeah.
And not to belabor it, but maybe this is a question for Peter. If we did something like this and it was successful, would the cities then just be able to spend their half on whatever they wanted, or would that be written into the ballot initiative too? I would imagine.
It would go back to the cities for them to determine what they want to do with it. I think that it would benefit us to be working with the cities as we put this together, so that when the messaging does go out on this, that it's clear to the public, especially those within the within the incorporated portions of the cities, that they know that those monies are going to be spent in a certain way in order for this to move forward. But yes, it's up to them. We just essentially refund it back to them, credit them back for the portion that comes from them.
Okay, so a thought that I have, Brent, you mentioned the need to have some general fund balance in that year where we see revenues from the Henderson mine go from where they're kind of stable right now at maybe a quarter of what they were in the heyday to zero.
Right.
I think knowing what that number needs to be would be very helpful.
Okay.
Whether, yeah.
And I think Henderson mine accounts for about 3/4 of the property taxes. So in the out years, let's say, for simplicity, the mine closes down in 2030. So let me work the formula a little bit. And so say in 2030, all we have to work with is the residential and commercial property tax that's ad valorem and not the mine by proceeds. Then you see that's a significant decrease in revenue. And down here, again, because 2030 is a big project year, we overspend the budget by almost $2.5 million. We've still got the fund balance that's accumulated to cover that. And then as we move out, further out, the projection curves, we would need to manage the expenditures to cover that new revenue amount. And at that point, the staff and board starting here in 28 and 29 would need to be looking at, what's the next step in terms of generating revenue for the Road and Bridge Fund. From talking to the Henderson Mine CFO, he thinks a more realistic end game for the mine is ratcheting down production over a 5 to 10 year period. So we wouldn't just fall off the cliff right here, but it would decrease over a period of time. But this would be kind of a worst case scenario where all of a sudden we wake up in 2030 to no Henderson mine, and the revenue sources that we're dealing with right here, this is what that would look like.
Okay, so we have am I reading that right? That's a $3 million, $4 million swing.
Yeah, because right here the capital amount on Stoy's worksheet for 2030 is $4.1 million.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong number. So we're talking about like a $1.3 million swing in revenues.
Yeah. Maybe closer to 1.45, 1.5 million.
So based on that, what do you think, how many years do you think we need to count on any fund balance to get us through those deficits?
And I mean, that's a function of the capital project needs. If we normalize this, then we would be breaking even. So I think that we could allocate $1.2 million, $1.3 million for capital projects and be reasonably able to cover that amount.
And road and bridge team, correct me if I'm wrong, but this capital budget is basically what we need to do maintenance when it's least expensive to do maintenance. It's sort of a bare minimum.
That's correct. Yeah, it's just really keeping up with the existing pavement conditions and doing that preventative maintenance to keep the roads in the similar shape that they are. And as we start to defer that routine maintenance, then we run into higher costs down the road.
Okay.
And just to let you know, you probably have already seen it, but if you go down to the Q&A, thank you, Michael Tansey, for doing a little research, but he did identify what some of the surrounding county sales tax currently are, what the rates are. Gilpin, Jefferson, Summit, Eagle, and then Clear Creek. Current sales tax rates. So thank you, Michael, for doing that.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, and again, I know we're still in preliminary discussion stages, but it sounds like the board is primarily interested in pursuing some type of sales tax option rather than a mill levy option. Would that be a safe assumption?
I'm not ready to agree with that just yet. I think we need more data, or at least I need more data.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's as far as a mill versus sales tax. I think the next thing to do is really have a conversation with the towns, try to get the towns involved, hear from them what their preferences are. I think we need to understand the answer to Randy's question, which was a good one, is if we go, whether it's sales tax or mill levy, are we still required to share back the 50%? And probably politically speaking, we would need to, if it was a sales tax and we weren't legally required, we probably need to commit to something. I happen to know that the town I live in talks a lot about its needs on road maintenance. So we might find that there's a shared interest from the towns in having some more revenues. And maybe, I don't know, Sean, Randy, what you guys think, but is it time for us to assign a commissioner to this conversation to start having these conversations and working these numbers between meetings with staff?
I was going to suggest, I think step one is let's confirm the legality of each of the two kinds of taxes. That's the kind of data I think Sean's referring to. We don't have all the information in front of us. So let's determine therefore what the net mill levy would have to be, or what the gross mill levy would have to be, and what the gross rate would have to be on a sales tax in each case to look at those. and then understand the legality first, and then understand and then factor into that the strategies like you're talking, George, in order to have the the buy-in of the cities. My guess is that those needs are going to have to be dealt with too, because they're dealing with similar problems. I know from working on the old downtown renewal and improvement district in Idaho Springs when I was on city council 30 years ago, that there was a lot of talk then about how the improvements to the economy and the sales taxes in the town and the revitalization of the economy, which it did, was going to allow, because at that time we were asked, well, you know, but when are you going to take care of the back streets in the city? And it's like, well, once we revitalize the economy, the sales taxes will go up and we'll have the spare money, and then we'll be fixing the back streets. And I got to tell you that when I drive some of the back streets in Idaho Springs, a lot of those same potholes are there that were there 30 years ago. They're just bigger. And so that promise never got fulfilled. And I'm not criticizing the town. I'm just saying that, you know, it's just like with the county and our roads, we just can get done what we can get done. And so I think it's a common problem to all the jurisdictions. And so figuring that one out is going to be important next. And then at that point, once we have all the facts in front of us, then we can have an informed decision with the municipalities as well.
And I do think one thing that Keith brought up is heavy on my mind as well, which is other taxing districts, and particularly EMS and fire, and the potential for the consultant to identify something like a health service district that couldn't rely heavily on sales tax. So it's not possible, obviously, for us to make this in a vacuum, this decision.
And I want to be clear and reiterate something I just said again. I don't want this to be taken away as a criticism of the towns and that dynamic and how it works. It just costs a lot of money to keep these roads up, and they need to be part of the discussion that they face the same problems the city of Idaho Springs has as the county. We're unable to, we have some roads we'd like to do a better job on too, so.
So do we intend to ask staff to try to get together with the towns? Do we want to ask one of the commissioners to try to get together with the towns?
I would recommend both. I think, staff has certainly done a lot of research on this, and we've got, the format that Brenda's put together, and it's very easy to share the same information with the towns. But it'd be very nice to have a commissioner to I don't know if I want to say take the lead, but at least have a commissioner on that same team that could be helpful for discussion.
I agree with that. This is a policy discussion, and I think that the Board of County Commissioners needs to be involved, because I strongly suspect that the municipalities will have elected officials involved as well. So.
Okay. Sean, Randy, I know we would all be competent to do this. Does anybody feel like they've got room on their plate or a specific interest?
I could certainly make room for it. If somebody wants to grab this bull by the horns, I would also be willing to step aside.
Well, thank you for your interest. No, I mean, I think that sounds great if you want to take this and run with it, Sean. And it seems to me like, so there's the towns piece, and then there's some continuing to refine these projections to understand, like, what is that? What do we need? And I haven't heard it in clear, simple terms. What does the fund balance need to be when the mine closes, right? That's like, if we're talking about a two-part goal, a goal of sustainability now, and then a goal of not going back to the voters with the crisis when the mine closes, and which we know is going to happen. we need a number to put on there to back out. And I'm not expecting, Brent, that you would have that number right now, but that's sort of an outstanding thing in my head.
I agree.
There are certain projects that we take on that somebody's a champion and it's their driving interest to get it done. Then there are others that we're all really interested in, and which are also such, as a commission, that are such big jobs. Staff's doing a good job of pulling this together. We've come up with some questions today. I think we backfill the data. And then I think because of the nature of this project as a countywide concern, because of the different municipalities and we each live in different places, that it's this, I think this kind of like the clinic was, is sort of an all hands on deck project. I'm not sure how that plays out in terms of, leadership or something. I'm less worried about that than just the fact that we get it done and we're all on board to help make it happen, because it's, it's one of the heavier lifts that we have to do. I think it's an excellent idea. And I think as I looked at, looking at it, there isn't any doubt that we have to do it. Looking at some of the answers that some comments I've seen recently about how to solve problems like this, you can only tighten your belt so far. And I think we have a road and bridge department that runs pretty efficiently right now and does with less than they need. And it has really come down to services versus revenues. And you either get the revenues or you don't get the services. And I think our constituents have expressed that their roads and the condition of their roads is among their highest priorities in the county every single year that it's been measured, that we've asked for that question, what do you care about? This is arguably number one. So anyway, I think we all need to be on it and all need to be thinking about each of our areas that we represent in the county and maybe carving out those as a place to build, build buy-in.
So are you suggesting that rather than have Sean and staff try to get a meeting with the leadership of the municipalities at the same time, that we would divide it up some other way?
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that there's going to be a lot of work to be done before it's over. I'm commenting more about that.
Oh, okay.
If Sean wants to do it, I'm thrilled to have him do that. But I think that it's going to be more than that meeting. It goes to that's what I'm saying.
That's for sure. And one other thing that I'm kind of thinking about too in the back of my mind is there's the potential for there to be some meaningful projects that happen in Clear Creek in the next 10 years that I think we are not accounting for in our projections. And I don't want to in any way, shape, or form count any chickens before they're hatched, but I think that's something we shouldn't ignore either. And I'm talking about things like the Argo cable car, right? If that's successful, and then any follow-on projects successful, I mean, you look at the pro formas and it's a meaningful amount of new revenue for the county.
Driving sales taxes, you mean, right?
And property taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that you just landed on, Sean, something that is definitely reasonable to consider, right? Like Brent, I'm channeling you. You budget for things that you think are going to happen, and it's got land use approval. So knowing how that would affect the tax base would be helpful to include in this. What we don't want to do is say we need 6 mills and then 10 years later find out that we only needed 3 because of some development project or something. And those numbers are very round. I'm not suggesting that it would replace 3 mills.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to a philosophy. You plan for what you think is going to happen and you accommodate what could happen that you hope doesn't happen. I mean, no one ever worries about upside risk, right? That's just, we'll figure out what to do with that.
In this context, the people who worry about upside risk is folks who don't want a high tax bill, right? And that's all of us.
Yeah. Right. But I'm saying if we put our heads together and figured out what we thought was going to happen, including different big development projects and the probability of them happening and what the revenue would look like, and then we have upside beyond that, I mean, I think we can feel okay that we did our job and, you know, things just turned out better than anyone could have expected. Whereas if we ignore the development project, I'm completely in agreement with you, George.
Okay.
And I think it's also fair to state that if you're looking at an additional mill, as an example, a mill levy versus a sales tax, 3 versus 6 in terms of what you needed would imply that somehow we missed a doubling of the assessed valuation, which is not a very likely scenario. And on the sales tax side, I think trying to make sure that we have good infrastructure in this county to support the number of visitors here, if it turned out to be so much higher on the sales tax side, that also implies a lot more visitors that are helping to generate that, which are pounding those roads. And one of the things we've really noticed over time is that between an interstate running through us that has ancillary people jumping off of it when it's congested to use our roads and pound them to oblivion, or whether it's people visiting us and pulling off to visit us too, it beats up both our county and city roads quite a bit. So it's kind of like the wear and tear on the street is almost directly proportional to the sales tax. So it's kind of a nice positive match in there. And it also helps the people that are beating it up help pay for it versus through our property taxes. That's the reason I particularly, generally, until we have all the data looking at it, my bias is towards a sales tax solution to this problem, because it marries the people that are providing, more so the people that are providing the impacts, to paying for those impacts.
The only thing I would say is I think EMS is a little bit of an even better connection, right? Since half the people who use EMS are people who don't pay property tax here, something like that.
And I would say better than half the people that use our roads don't pay property tax here either. So.
George, I didn't know if you wanted to see if there was any public comment. I know, just to let the board know, I did send out an email to Al Fry and to Stuart Teicher up at Henderson, just to let them know that we were having this conversation. I do see Al over as, is that a participant? Or an attendee. And then I don't know if Stuart is that phone number or not, but just a suggestion.
I welcome public comment. If you have any comment you'd like to make, go ahead and click participants, click raise hand, and let's hear what you have to say. You can also reach out to us offline, of course.
Well, good afternoon, board. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me, Keith. You know, as a significant taxpayer and then also a supplier of raw materials for, you know, roads and road and bridge, you know, we would for sure be in support of sales tax. I like the version of consumer tax versus, you know, sometimes it's a little unequal with the mills and consumption, especially for, you know, large landowners and limited impacts from the residents. But that's just my personal opinion. And, you know, the road and bridge and the commission would have Albert Fry and Sons full support for this, because I think it would literally benefit all the businesses, the road and bridge, and the community. And you know, that's kind of our impact. The one thing that had crossed my mind, has there been any consideration for some of these big capital projects with some of the potential for this federal stimulus coming in? And that may be one thing to look at, and how the county's going to end up with some of those funds.
I think generally the stimulus package is looking at, you know, it's a one-time more immediate expenditure, and they're looking more at shovel-ready projects. And I know, for example, there are a couple of different areas that are coming up. One is through some community and transportation projects that are smaller amounts, and some of those, the transportation, it just crossed our plate the other day, and the transportation projects are normally considered, they're looking more, I know the congressional funds that are available, they're looking at something that's on CDOT's priority list, and then they have community funds that are available as well. And it's possible that one of those could be a community infrastructure project. I think the deadline for those applications, it popped up really fast. And George, correct me, I think that's the 16th or something like that. Yeah. So it means that if we were to try to bundle something to Nagusa's office for that purpose, we'd have to bundle it pretty fast and be able to represent it as a known entity, a known cost, and a shovel-ready project.
So thanks, Al, for your comments. Appreciate your support. As always, you're a great community member, and we appreciate it.
Yes, and I think it's always important to, well, not always, it's important to point out that for this is really just keeping what we have in good shape over a budgeted period of 20 or 30 years or so. And then when you get to the end of the 20, 30 years, you start over again. And so we're just trying to solve a structural deficiency here.
Right. Right.
Although flying cars are probably going to be around in 20 or 30 years, so we may not even have to worry about our roads anymore.
We'll be using demolecularization and beaming technology by then, Sean.
It's a long time from now.
True. So another thing that just popped into my head, we do have more specific information on this bill, this big transportation bill that the state is working on, that will increase our revenues. I don't know. I don't think that it's going to increase our revenues such that we wouldn't need something, but it's another thing to include as we're trying to calculate the number we do need.
Projections. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Do we have that quantified at all? I mean, I know it's not this legislation that's being contemplated, but do we have any idea about the scale of it, how it could affect us?
It's getting pretty well nailed down, but the final version hasn't come out yet. And it basically distributes a bunch of the funds through the HUTF fund, money, the original HUTF formula. So we should be able to factor once it's totally finalized, we should be able to have a pretty good estimate of what we'd be receiving. And then it's just a matter of watching to see if it passes, because it's not a ballot measure. It's legislatively driven and through numerous fees to spread the load.
And is your guess, Randy, that we're talking about like something in the few hundred thousands, or do you not even want to?
I don't think I could say. I haven't looked at the county's portion of that. It's the whole thing raises statewide, in the $5 billion range or something like that. It might be settling out at, but I couldn't say what it would mean to Clear Creek County. I could probably find out. It'd take me a few days to do that. Dig around. And the only reason it takes a few days is trying to get somebody to tell you for sure what's really going to happen, what they think they're passing.
So George, I think, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've got good direction for kind of next step, and that's to do a little more research to solidify some of the numbers and to pull our staff team and Sean together and talk about strategy for reaching out to the towns. And then we also need to talk about how we want to collaborate and communicate with the other taxing entities, just again, to make sure that we're just not overwhelming the voter at whatever point we put this on the ballot. So Carl, Stoy, do you all need anything else at this point? Oh, Julie's got her hand up there.
Yeah, my only question is when do they hope to put the EMS fire authority on the ballot? Any ideas on that? Where that competition is going to be?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
Oh, I was going to say it would, if anything related to the fire authority was to be put on the ballot, it would be put on the ballot by these people on the ESD board. So you certainly would know about it. I know it's the fire chief's opinion we need to be on the ballot this year. But definitely within the next 2 years, if there's not a revenue increase, then they'll be cutting staff.
Okay, because then where would that lead us? Once again, not overwhelming the ballot and, does that put us 3 years out? Does that, I don't know.
I honestly, I'm just speaking for myself.
Sure.
I don't think that there's cause for us to wait because somebody else is trying to hurry. We've got a real problem here with Road and Bridge's budget, and we've just got to try to solve it.
And I think I agree with George. I think we will have some good preliminary answers from the EMS fire consultant within a few months from now, maybe within 3 or 4 months from now, 2 or 3 months from now. And I think that might be all that we need in terms of calibrating our own plans.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. This is, in an immediate sense, this is number one. We've got a lot of big issues to work on, but in an immediate sense, this is our biggest pothole to fill.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Yes, and Alf, thank you. Thanks again for coming in and providing your thoughts. We are now, I believe, I'm just pulling over to my agenda here. I think that this might be our favorite part of the day.
It's your favorite topic.
It's my favorite topic, lunch. So we're gonna go on a quick break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. for a quarterly update with CDOT. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. And we are back with our favorite Department of Transportation for our, is this quarterly? Our quarterly update. So maybe I'll hand it off to, well, I guess I'll just hand it off to you, Mike Kellerman.
Yep, I'm the guy this quarter. Neil has successfully delegated upwards to me and asked me to do this, which is probably good. So I'll apologize. I've been having difficulties with my internet to begin with. So if I freeze, just bear with me. But I guess do I share my screen here with the updates, or do you guys already have it and we'll do it with the slides? Oh shoot.
We did hear that whole thing, if you were worried about that.
Okay.
And I don't know, Beth, if you're in possession of the slides, would it be helpful if one of us put them up?
I do have them, but I can't drive and do the notes at the same time. So
Okay.
I gotta have somebody else to drive.
I can share my screen. I'll give it a shot here. I apologize. Here we go. Let's see. Screen number 2. I believe. Okay. I don't know. Can you guys see the agenda here? Okay. Yay. Success. All righty. So I skipped the beautiful first slide. That's just a picture and off to business to keep us moving. So this is just the agenda for the CDOT updates here. We'll go through the projects, ongoing projects, and then the future projects. So westbound peak period, Floyd Hill, and then just some of the kind of miscellaneous other things we have. And then of course we'll go through the maintenance updates with our maintenance folks, their winter strategy, and so on and so forth. Let me go to the next slide here. So the first project update, and please stop me if you have questions, will be for westbound peak period. So again, our ongoing project there. This first bullet talks about ITS sign testing. So you may have already seen or will be seeing that we are starting to connect our tolling signs. And by that, what I mean is not that we're going to start charging tolls, but we are just testing out, like much like the eastbound would be the red X's, saying, hey, do not enter this lane, or the green arrows and things like that. So they're starting to fire those signs up and make sure that that everything was installed correctly, and that the back end, if you will, that we're able to talk to that with our folks on the CDOT side. So that you'll start to see those lit up. The next bullet point here is rock excavation, rock reinforcement. So this is at a mile marker 237, so just a little bit west of Idaho Springs there. That's what this picture is. On the right side here is some we did some scaling and some rock bolts work there. That has been completed, and that was all done at night, as you can see. So they're moving forward with that. We do have some additional rock mesh work that we will be performing under a different contract, and that was where we had the slide a couple of years ago, and we had to do the blasting and the full closure. We've decided to pull that work out of the current contractor's contract, and we will be issuing a purchase order to get that work done. And I don't really have a timeline for that right now, but I know it is something that is a high priority for CDOT to get that work completed. So I'm thinking months. I'm not thinking years or 6 to 8 months. I'm thinking in the next 3 to 5 months in that time frame there to complete that work. All righty. The other upcoming work here is the Idaho Springs parking lots. We did limit the area where the contractor was able to work during the month of March due to spring break and all the activity up there. And we kind of pushed the contractor towards the highway in those parking lots behind what I call Bojo's and the other businesses there. Because really that was where their work was. They were kind of a little bit spread out, if you will. And so we heard from Idaho Springs and some of the businesses there that they would like those parking spaces to handle all the traffic and the people visiting the town. So we did lift that stop work order, and so we'll see the contractor again getting back to work there, but again trying to limit the the amount of space that they're taking up, again, to provide those additional parking spots. The next bullet here would be on the permanent concrete barrier. We usually, you know, get really detailed and say type 7, type 9, but we're just saying permanent concrete barrier for the ease of this meeting. And so and this would be the concrete barrier going down the median and then on the shoulders as well. So again, some of that work is temperature sensitive, and with the temperatures increasing, they've started that work again, and again, it'll be done at night, and so it shouldn't impact traffic during the daytime. Same thing with the permanent metal guardrail. So this is our type 3 that you see mostly on the shoulders there. We added quite a bit of that on the eastbound section to protect our new walls in case somebody was to go off the roadway to the left. So again, that guardrail work will be going. And then at exit 239 there is that if you're headed westbound, kind of by the football field and that area there is that wood wall. The update I got there was that they had gotten the stain approved, the color, so it should match, and that they are going to be finishing up that work here soon, hopefully. Because I know sound walls are an issue. If you live next to one, you like them up so that way you can sleep at night. And then just lastly here, the springtime paving, EPC is the subcontractor. I believe that they're going to be opening or starting up their plants sometime next week, I want to say, to get the asphalt going again. And right now we are targeting around the 19th of April to wrap up to begin wrapping up some of the paving that we weren't able to get completed last winter when you had the big rush right before Christmas. Again, this is some work around exit 240, which is that 103 exit, and then 241, which is a little bit to the east there. Some ramp work, some shoulder work, some things like that. And again, this paving, I should have put this in big bold there because I'm sure somebody wants to raise their hand and ask. It will be done at night. We won't be having any, lengthy lane closures or anything like that during the daytime. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell for the westbound peak period shoulder lane. Is there any questions on that?
What do we think the delay and stop works and all of that, how has this affected the costs of the project?
So right now, if you're asking me, and I'm a CDOT employee, to me, we've done a good job of documenting. I believe that a lot of these delays are contractor a result of their own effectiveness on the contractor side, their inability to plan and execute their work, Commissioner Marlin. So right now, we do have a delay claim from the contractor. And we went through the DRB process, and then the contractor submitted the claim to our executive or to our RTD, Paul Justitis, and so he will be reviewing that. So we've started those conversations, but right now, I guess to answer your question directly, CDOT's stance is really that we've really gone out of our way to help them, in our opinion, with the COVID and having additional daytime lane closures and things like that. And so I think it's kind of this scale, this balance, if you will, of we feel like the scales are tipped more towards us of going out of our way to help them with use of the peak period, the eastbound peak period lane and other things like that. And if you were to ask the contractor, they feel like the scales are probably tipped their way of like, wait a minute, we weren't able to do X and Y. So we truly are in the middle of those conversations right now with the contractor. But as of this point, we haven't given them any additional time, nor have we given them any additional money associated with any kind of acceleration or delayed costs at this point. Okay.
Hey, Mike, there was one question in the chat box. And maybe you answered this, but I'll just ask it. Is the timeline to finish PPSL still in June?
I was hoping to avoid that question. No, what I will say is this is yes, we still believe that with the amount of work that is left out there to be done, that it can be completed by June. Again, I think there's been some struggles on this project of what CDOT thinks can be done in a timely manner versus what actually happens out in the field for one reason or another. But right now, I was just texting with Jeff Hampton, the project engineer, and yes, that is still the target date. Would be that early June, probably right after the holiday. All right. Let me see if I can, and I'll move on to the next slide then. All right.
Hey, Mike, this is Paul, So does that include toll commencement, or is that when we get to toll testing? Because I'm sure that's the next question that's going to come up. So we're going to be done with the heavy civil by June, and then we go to toll testing for a couple months, and then we go live with the tolling, or what's the schedule on that?
Yep, great question. Yep, it would be we'd go hot and heavy on the toll testing at that point. Again, like you said, the heavy civil's done. All those. Let me go back. All of this work up here. I don't know if you can see my little hand waving around. Would all be completed, and we would be heavy into that. Like you said, just kind of that back end of the toll testing, making sure that the cameras are working and that that everything is talking to each other as it should be. So that would be the next phase, and then. Speaking with HPTE, they need a couple of months to complete that work, and so we would probably be looking at I would hesitate to guess, but it'd probably be a fall timeframe for the actual tolling. It would be my guess at this point in time.
And I mean, just for the benefit of everybody on the call, there are literally hundreds of electronic devices in the corridor, so you have to burn them in. You have to make sure they actually function after 60 days of being out there. So the whole point of the testing is to make sure all of those electronic systems, which are hundreds of devices, are all talking to each other, programmed correctly, doing what they're supposed to be doing, aimed correctly, and that it's charging people appropriately if they use the tolling. So just part of our standard process.
Yeah, no, great point. One of the last things we want to do is start charging people for tolls who aren't using the toll lane. That would be a very bad start to the tolling process. So no, Paul's absolutely right. Yep, agreed.
Okay. And Mike, you guys are working closely with Idaho Springs, I assume, on coordinating on the parking lot, because that's, I'm sure, a huge, huge deal. I mean, that's way, way over what they were expecting, and so can you maybe just talk briefly about that for folks on the call?
Yeah, absolutely, Amy. Yep, no, Jeff, our project engineer Hampton has been talking with Andy Marsh, who works for the city, and then the mayor as well, and just coordinating with them and letting them know kind of what the plan is, and really trying to outline again where the remaining work is, and just again it's to that what I'm going to call the south side, which is that area closest to the highway, and finishing up that work there and tying that in, and again not spreading out, if you will, all across the whole parking lot just because we can. And then lastly, just trying to get those parking lots paved, because due to all of the construction activities, it needs some new asphalt there, and to leave it in a good situation when we do leave. But yeah, Amy, absolutely. I know Jeff's been speaking with them and coordinating.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know they feel good about the level of communication they're receiving. I mean, it just, June would be a bummer if it really took until June for that parking lot to get done. So
agreed. Okay.
Which brings us to the next question, which is then if it's not June, when that parking lot is completely vacated, when would it be?
Ooh, well, Commissioner Wheelock, we are targeting June. So I again, it's a tough question because to me right now we're looking at June, and what I could do is I could report back to you guys at the next meeting, or send out an update to the email to the people on this list if anything starts to slide and we start to feel like it's not going to be June. But right now that is definitely what we're targeting. And so I know we've had this story before, with some of our other milestones, and so again that's kind of where you might hear my hesitation, if you will, in providing a different update at this point in time. Okay. I'm going to move on to Floyd Hill, this other little project that nobody knows about or cares about. So again, we're sitting about 20% design. The environmental assessment is being finalized. Again, this kind of very similar slide that we presented last time. I know Vanessa and her group are working diligently and getting ready to release that the spring of 2021. We are going to have a public meeting on the CMGC delivery method. There's been recently a lot of discussion about how CDOT goes about, deciding how projects are delivered, whether it be design bid build or CMGC or design build. And so I know that our management has issued a accountability and transparency memo to our Transportation Commission and to the general public. And so as part of that, we are going to hold a public meeting, and we're targeting probably the end of this month or early May to have that meeting. It'll be a virtual meeting, and just to kind of be very, again, with the effort being transparent, saying this is how the decision came about. These are the processes that CDOT goes through and all the people who are involved in those decisions. And then just to kind of get feedback from the public, whether it be contractors or general public or consultants or anybody like that. Again, so we just want to give that update to this group, because it is kind of something new that wasn't really discussed at the last quarterly meeting. So we'll be doing that. I am also at the same time drafting up a memo to industry that will kind of outline this, kind of where we're at with CDOT and how we intend to deliver this project. So the message is you'll see some more communication coming from CDOT on CMGC and why CDOT believes that it is the correct method for this project, but also the ability to hear if there's other concerns or comments out there and address those as well. So I'll pause there. If I'm not seeing anybody unmute, then I'll move on just to I think the next topic here is the westbound package. We've had a lot of discussion about these packages 0 and 1s. And I know people are like, how come we started with 0? Well, we started with 1, and then we were asked to deliver something a little bit earlier. So we said, well, let's go to 0. And so right now we are looking at getting, I know Neil and his team we've trying to get task orders and other paperwork in place so where we can start delivering this package 0, which would include some micro transit, and we're trying to get our arms around that, the wildlife crossings, and then the RABs, which stands for roundabouts. And so those roundabouts would be, at the top of Floyd Hill and then back by Beaver Brook. And so again, those would be delivered design bid build. I was talking about CMGC earlier on the third bullet there. We've been asked to kind of maybe diversify how we're getting this early package out, and we feel like design bid build would be appropriate for this. And so we'll just separate that out from the bigger project to get some early work going. None of this work is throwaway work. It's all work that needs to be done. It's work that we believe can be done independently of the larger project. And so again, just to try and to get out and to get the project kick-started, if you will. So then the second, well, I won't say the second package, but package number 1 would then be the balance of the westbound improvements. And so again, we've been, I'm sure people have seen numbers out there. This would be that $340 million full westbound widening from the top of Floyd Hill, to Idaho Springs there. And so that would be what CDOT would intend to deliver via the CMGC package there. So the next steps for us would be again to do this transparency, make sure that we've answered any questions that the industry has or the traveling public, and then we would move on to getting a designer on board, a consultant designer, who would then be in charge of designing the whole project. When I say the whole project, that would be package 0. It'd be all the westbound improvements, and it would be all the eastbound improvements as well, because we feel that there's a strong benefit of looking at the project as a whole and designing it as a whole versus sectionally. And then we would so we get the designer on board, a consultant designer, and then we would look for a CM out of the CMGC part of that, which would be a construction manager, which is typically a contractor, who would then also sit at the table with us. And again, it'd be for the full project, because again, if we look at it holistically, right now, as you can see from the first bullet, we're at 20% design. So there might be opportunities for savings. There might be opportunities to shift some work around. Once you get all the parties, when you have CDOT, the designer, and the construction manager at the table, to really decide how we best spend the funding we have right now. And so again, we get the CM, construction manager, on board for the full package to help us through that process. And then once we look at starting construction, then we would get the contractor, which more than likely would be that CM, and we would contract with them for the westbound portion of the package here, because right now that's the funding that we have identified. And so that's kind of the next couple of steps here that we hope to motor through, no pun intended, here very quickly. You know, in the next couple of months, with an idea of getting these people at the table fall, winter of this year, so we can really start hitting design hard and use all of 2022 to design these bigger packages. For package 0, again, this early action package item here, we're breaking that out. We're hoping to start that design here, you know, in the next couple of months. And so again, it wouldn't be like we're waiting to the end of the year to start that work. So that way we can get the design going this year so we can start building springtime of next year. So those would be the next steps. A lot to cover there.
Yeah, and I think it's important to just add to what Mike said too. We're trying to not lose a summer of construction out there. We're trying to get the project going. And we think that these early wildlife crossings are good mitigation for the environmental phase of the project. But also we've heard loud and clear that people who live up on the top of Floyd Hill are concerned about the impacts to US 40 and the entire roadway network when that thing bogs down on the weekends. So the idea is get those roundabouts constructed, let people use those, and you know, try to build some goodwill towards the communities up there who are stuck in traffic waiting for a big project to get done. And this way, maybe we can get the project done a little earlier too.
Mike, is this basically, has anything changed with these packages since it was presented to the Transportation Commission?
No, Amy, they have not. No. And I think that it's just one of those ones we're talking with industry. You know, we get phone calls all the time of people who are interested in this project. It's a huge project. And I think as we continue to advance those discussions, just, you know, in an open forum, we've been thinking like maybe there is more opportunities out there to move some of the pieces of the puzzle around to save some money here. Again, we're only at 20% design. And so that's where I'm really eager, is to get to that point where we have the designer, we have the construction manager on board and say, hey, how can we develop these plans such that maybe we move some of the pieces of the puzzle around, but really what we'll be focusing on will be, like Paul said, package 0, that'll go out here, you know, this year. And then with package 1 being the westbound, that's that chunk of change. I think to answer your question, that funding that we have will be for those westbound improvements to complete that in full. And maybe hopefully there's savings then that's our hope from that package that we can then use to get the eastbound improvements going as well.
Yeah, it'll also give an opportunity to sort of carve out these early improvements and provide some community and CSS involvement and all of that in a way that maybe some of these would be the type of projects that might kind of fall off the edges in a normal package process. So yeah, we'll see. There's still, I think there's still work to be done to figure out how that CSS process will work and how all of that stuff will get incorporated.
No, Amy, and you're absolutely right. I mentioned the 3 parties. I said CDOT, the contractor, and the designer or the construction manager. You're absolutely right. I neglected to include CSS. Obviously, that group will be, and it has been and will continue to be a key part of this process, you know, to have those discussions as we develop these plans and our packages and how we want to build this. I apologize for that.
Are we still presuming the viaduct is a preferred alternative?
Yes, sir. Yes, we are. That right now, that's what the preferred alternative is. Yep. And I think in my mind, and maybe I'm going off script here, but it would have to be something pretty significant to get us going back towards that tunnel option, where it'd have to be an extreme amount of savings, both on the funding side of things and then as well as on the schedule side of things. And I think right now we're not seeing those benefits, but no, Randy, to answer your question, yes, that is the preferred alternative.
Mike, can you hear?
Yes, Cindy.
My question, when we were originally heard about package 0, it included the work from Hidden Valley to the east end of Veterans Memorial. And at this point, that work is now in with the larger package. Am I correct in that?
That's a great question. Let me make sure I answer this correctly. You are right. Yes, right now we are looking at including those widenings, the eastbound widening that we were talking about before, and then the work at Hidden Valley would be included into this earlier packet, or I'm sorry, into this later package right now. Just to make sure, again, that right now that's where we see some opportunities for early action, but we want to get comments from the CM and from the designer to make sure that those truly are good areas to spend money. So I could see that being, maybe something else that we kick out earlier than the full westbound if we see other opportunities, because we were talking previously about $100 million package zero there, and so it's a good comment. So we have whittled down that earlier package down into the micro transit, the wildlife crossing, and the roundabouts. So it will be a lesser dollar amount package that will be the zero.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, Cindy, I wouldn't write off us doing something else though in between, but we just want to make sure that we are spending that money in the right spots. If that makes sense.
And Mike, yes, it does. And I had one other question. Let me pause for just a second. On the package zero, is that design build for different components? In other words, will a design build go out for the wildlife crossing and a different one go out for the roundabout? Or is it a single design build for those components?
Yeah, so Cindy, to answer your question, we go design bid build on those, and right now I don't know if we've determined that. My experience probably tells me we'd probably go out with 2 packages, because you're more than likely, I won't use packages, 2 projects. Let's do that so we don't confuse it. Two projects, because a contractor doing wildlife crossings is probably much different than a contractor doing roundabouts and more roadway work. So right now, my gut would be that we would probably go out with 2 different projects there. The work is somewhat separated as well, and so, but I don't know if we've made that final determination yet. But that's where I see it going.
And will the Floyd Hill PLT be the component for those packages as well in the CSS process, or will that be considered a separate effort?
I'm just going to go out on a limb here, and I don't know if this is Neil Ogden's plan, but I'm going to say yes. I would imagine it's the same team, just because, again, I don't want to recreate a wheel here. And I think if those people are engaged on the whole project, I don't see why we wouldn't keep them engaged in this other, in this other package zero stuff. So I would need a very good reason to separate that out and do something differently.
Yeah, Mike, I'll just add on there. Yeah, we'll keep the same team, since these are all still components of the overall Floyd Hill project. So we don't want to split them out, since we've had the same people engaged for the past several years on this project. So.
Okay, thank you both.
And just a quick comment from me. I really welcome the creation of package zero and the idea that we can get these roundabouts done while we're still trying to figure out that big project. We hear about it, you hear about it all the time, we hear about it all the time. It's a nightmare up there. The opportunity to solve that piece of this right now is really awesome. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Good, wonderful. Good. All righty. I will move on, but I can always go backwards. Let's see, miscellaneous project studies and updates. So Clear Creek Greenway County Road. So 314. So final design is going. I got some good news from our right-of-way folks that I believe that they were able to close a deal on a key piece of property here last week. And so I think that was kind of one of those ones where we had our fingers crossed that we could get that done. And this morning, our right-of-way manager gave the update that deal has been completed. And so that's good news. So I think that might have been something that had caused a roadblock for this project, but now it appears we've gotten past that. So again, those projects are on schedule here to to go to add, and then hopefully we can get some work started here. We say summer of 2021, but it'll probably be a little bit later is my guess, probably more in the summer fall time range. So I'm going to move on to the summer paving projects here. I put my little question marks there. I was supposed to, as a note for me to find out when we were going to start paving there. So that's a typo. I apologize for that. But we've got a paving project going from Georgetown to Empire. So a pretty large project. APC will be the general contractor, which is good. They're the subcontractor on westbound peak period, and they do good work. So we're excited about that. We will start, I believe, the middle of this month with guardrail work at night is the plan. And so they will, I know they've got a lot of guardrail resets and new guardrail, the type 3, to be installed. So the metal guardrail. So that the plan is there to do that work over the next couple of months. So probably April, May, June. And then when we get those really nice temperatures, we will then start the main paving project there. So that's kind of the time frame for that large I-70 paving project. So that's good news that's on schedule and ready to roll.
Mike?
Yes,
we
Cindy.
get the type 3 is the dark brown guardrail?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'll have to follow up with you on that one.
Okay. Because if we're getting guardrail, we would like the specified guardrail.
Yep, nope, that is a great question, and I do not know. I'm writing a note. Okay, I will follow up. All right, so then moving up to the tunnels, to the EGMT, Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, we have what we're calling the 480 volt project, and that's been ongoing since last October. We are nearing the finish line with that one. It's one of those projects that's done behind the scenes. You're not going to see anything on the roadway or anything like that, and it's really dealing with the controls for those giant fans up there. So that way they can, turn them on, turn them off, those types of things. But a very, very large project that is nearing the finish line. So that tunnel, as everybody knows, needs a lot of love and care. And so that project will be wrapping up. The next 2 bullet points here, the tunnel liner and the grout beds. We have 2 smaller projects queued up for the tunnel liner and the grout beds. And we're ready to go out with those, and we're kind of waiting, to be honest with you, to be strategic in the event that maybe some stimulus money comes about. There's been a lot of talk about that, and then we could make these smaller projects into much larger projects is kind of what our hope is. It won't delay these projects. We weren't anticipating starting this work until the fall of this year anyway, and so again, we're just kind of got our fingers crossed that maybe if that giant pot of money falls out of the sky, we can apply some of it to these 2 projects here. Tunnel liner being, we'd be drilling holes in the liner and injecting grout. We've got a lot of leaks that come through and impact the functionality of the tunnel. So that would be that. And as you can imagine, with 1.7 miles of tunnel, we could make that project very, very large. The grout beds, as you drive through the tunnel, we have those wall panels. They're kind of like tile panels, if you will, that you'll see that they get dirty, and then our maintenance guys do a great job of cleaning them off. That would be those wall panels sit on some grout beds, and due to just the environment up there, they have been eroded away, and so we need to again get in there and repack those and make sure that those wall panels are obviously secured and functioning the way they should. So, a couple of projects again that aren't real, what I call quote unquote sexy, where you see a bunch of paving and big machinery moving around, but desperately needed, that we hope to expand the scope to be much larger than the current funding that we have right now for them. So those are the next 2 projects that we have lined up. And then just lastly here, and I'll defer to Julie George on the grant proposals on the BRIC. I know we have that application in. I think right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to hear back. I don't know, Julie. I can only see myself, so hopefully you're on this call.
Yep, I'm on, Mike. Yeah. So we submitted in January. We were in for the BRIC grant. That's through FEMA. It's for resiliency projects, and so each state submits a state proposal, and the state has to rank the projects. We ranked up in the top third, so that is good for the Colorado proposal. And our partners over in the State Department of Public Safety, Emergency Management, whichever, I always kind of twist those words around a little bit, but they think we stand a good chance, but I don't think FEMA will make announcements until late summer, early fall. So like Mike said, we're in a holding pattern, but we're hopeful that we will be successful, and then we can use that grant money to replace the 50-year-old generators that we have in the tunnel with something more up to date and effective and efficient. So we'll keep you posted.
All righty. I think the next slide, if I'm guessing, will be our maintenance. Before our maintenance folks, our folks start talking about this one, I know we're talking to Amy and Clear Creek County that there was a request to kind of maybe start shifting towards maybe a little bit more of a chronological reporting with maintenance. I'll be honest with you, I was out of town last week and I didn't have a chance to get with our maintenance folks, but we can definitely have that conversation of how this slide looks in the future, and to make sure that we're able to report what it is that you folks are asking for, and that we have that data available. I just wanted, I know I had that spreadsheet and it was kind of last minute and I was not able to get with our maintenance people and to see what can be done on that. So I didn't forget about it. I'll be quite honest, we ran out of time before I had to get the slides submitted. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jeff or maybe Paul if he's on the line to Fox to talk about this slide.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jeff Tackenhorst, CDOT Superintendent for Section 9 here. As you can see, we spent about $7.5 million in Clear Creek County. 4.7 was for snow and ice removal. We plowed about 285,000 miles, and we shot about 960,000 gallons of liquid de-icer and dropped about 6,600 tons of ice slicer. So been pretty busy, pretty good winter. Snowpack's up a little bit, so hopefully we'll get a few more yet, get some rain to go with it. Only other big item I have is Mount Evans. We're looking at working with the Forest Service and Denver Parks. They're asking us to push opening to June 4th due to the fact that they don't want to bring staff in to man the toll gates there, if you will, in the month of May for Memorial Day. So we're looking at a June 4th opening there. And then with all the projects that the engineering's doing, we're not expecting to do any major overlays. We'll do some smaller $50,000 projects. So any critical places we need to mill and fill. But right now with engineering doing all the big projects, we don't see a need to do any big ones there. So questions, comments, concerns for maintenance?
And hey, Jeff, you said Mount Evans, and maybe we should add this to a slide, Mike. It's not out of West program just for staffing reasons, but the governor did have kind of an interesting pot of stimulus money that he called the Shark Tank. And Mount Evans, the 414ers, was included for kind of rehabilitation and reconstruction of the Mount Evans State Highway 5 roadway. So we did submit an application to the governor for consideration. That was only 2 weeks ago, but I would imagine that we'll hear back in the next couple of months. Tim Mock, I believe he was a prior commissioner in Clear Creek County, so I was working closely with him on that application, but really exciting opportunity for that road. We don't get a lot of resources to put toward it for kind of reconstruction. So it's part of a larger project that would also have some improvements with the surrounding 14ers. And I don't know kind of more about that part, maybe some enhanced parking and some buses, bus circulation and things like that. But let's remember, Mike, to maybe give them an update next time. We hopefully should have heard something on that application. And that was for 20 million that would go towards State Highway 5.
That was.
I'm sorry, Randy. I jotted that note down. Go ahead, Commissioner Wellick. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I think that was my understanding was also, sorry about that, was that the Mount Evans portion was going to be about $20 million if I believe some federal funds came through on that one.
Yes,
and
correct. I think the total was 34 for the 414ers, the whole package. So 20 would go to State Highway 5, and then about 14 million for the parking lot bus circulation between the other 14ers. So really exciting project. I'm hopeful that it comes through and scores well.
So anyway, yeah, some of the stuff with regard to the 14ers is some areas that we've already been working in. And there were several different interesting ideas, but it basically starts with money to be spent on some planning for a couple of those areas in order to have, you know, buy-in from all the stakeholders, including local stakeholders on recreation policy, as well as U.S. Forest Service and other folks for places like Stevens Gulch Road. Some improvements on top of, potentially improvements on top of Guanella Pass, and a couple other areas like that. So, but they're pending a lot of different, there are a lot of different pieces to that. And the total was, I had thought it was something like 32.6, but you said it's 34 is what you're seeing now. Is that correct?
I don't know what they put in for their portion. I'm mostly familiar with the 20 that we put in for State Highway 5, but I think we're somewhere between 30 and 34. Yeah, I think you're right.
So I'll make that note, Jessica, and add that to the slides for the next update. The other one that I believe just came to light to me too as well as recent information would be we put in, I want to say, for some freight funding for Bakerville climbing lane, and then also for the I-70 eastbound escape ramps. So it would be at Mount Vernon there, and then also looking at additional escape ramps as you progress down towards Denver West in that area there. And so the amount of money we were asking for would be in addition to funding we already have. So those projects will continue to move forward, but it would be nice if we were successful to get maybe some of that freight funding as well. And that was all the updates I had. So it's up to questions. And I see Commissioner Wheelock, I was going to say giving me the finger, but that's probably not the right term.
You're number one. Okay.
Okay.
No, also on Mount Evans, I know there was some talk, and I don't know if you've been involved in that too, about the potential for a timed entry system on Mount Evans this year. So it would be open, but maybe at a limited capacity. Have you had any discussions on that?
Yeah, Randy, I did work with the Forest Service and Denver Parks, and I didn't have a lot of support from either one of those groups to do that.
Well, I know the U.S. Forest Service, I thought, were the people that initiated that concept.
We was pushing hard for that too, to have a day for just hikers and bikers to go up, say midweek, but I wasn't getting a lot of support from either one. I can show you my conversations I had with both of those programs.
Well, this may be something different. This was a timed entry system, like was done at Rocky Mountain National Park. We're like metering the number of vehicles that were being allowed in, but it's all still conjecture right now.
Yeah, I've not heard anything about it, Commissioner Wheelock, other than, like you said, what I've read about it at Rocky Mountain National. But I think it probably makes sense for this as well. That this environment. Okay.
Going back to, I see a question in the chat here, going back to talking about the parking lot in Idaho Springs. What's the time frame for paving that? Is that early June or?
I don't have a time frame for you right now. I'll be honest with you. I know we've got work that needs to be completed. There's some pipe work again on that south side there, and so once that work is completed, then we would come back in and obviously backfill and pave the whole thing. But let me get if we're going to be done by June, I think we're optimistic that it'd be probably, I'd say, May timeframe is when I would be anticipating that to be fully paved. But again, it's kind of we're monitoring their progress weekly to make sure we're on schedule. And right now, that's the best information I have right now. I'll be honest with you.
Thank you.
And I can definitely follow up.
I think Beth is waving 5 fingers at us.
I just have a quick question for you, Mike. That project you're doing up at Eisenhower Tunnel with the 480 volts, I think that happens to be the exact number of volts that you need to put in EV charging stations. You guys aren't possibly putting some up there, are you?
No, no, not at EGMT. We wouldn't be doing that up there. And I'll let Jeff and some of the other maintenance people talk about that. But I think we kind of try to avoid having people, parking up there and thinking there's restrooms and other things from a Homeland Security kind of perspective. But Jeff or somebody else from maintenance could probably speak a little bit more intelligently on that.
Yeah, it might be worth pointing out, we at least started talking about with these micro transit stops along the I-70 corridor to do some charging stations there. And of course, we got to make sure we have power available at those locations, but we've definitely started to talk about that.
Can I add a little bit to that? We just got a grant from DOLA to do an EV readiness plan for Clear Creek County, and we're forming a EV kind of advisory group for countywide planning for EV stations across the entire county and all the municipalities. And I would love to have somebody from CDOT to be on our team for that. I'm also inviting the Forest Service as well, given all of their recreational traffic that comes to the county. But I'd love to have somebody on the team. We did just get approved with the Charge Point program to put fast charging in Georgetown. We still have to go through all the Georgetown processes, but we did get selected by the Colorado Energy Office to implement that station, which does bring some of that heavy duty electric infrastructure to the Georgetown area, which might be helpful if you guys are looking at putting in stations as well.
I definitely think that the conversation is appropriate. I know our favorite topic, the Idaho Springs parking lot. I know we were talking with the city there because they were looking for us to install some conduit again in specific locations so they can put some charging stations there. So I think you got Idaho Springs is talking about that, Clear Creek County. Obviously, I think, and then our micro transit, I got to make sure I use the correct term, stations as well. So no, I definitely think it's worthwhile to getting all the groups together and making sure we're all rowing the same way.
Yeah, we'd love to have a member of the region to be on our team if that's possible. So thanks for thinking about it.
Since Neil Ogden can't be here, I'll volunteer him now to do that's his.
We also have Mike, we have a whole group at headquarters. Mike King is really working closely with a lot of communities on getting, just because I'm trying to keep Neil on his Floyd Hill project, which is super exciting, but we'll get you someone. But we do have some really exciting people in headquarters, and this is all that they do is electrification and micro transit, right, Mike? Not scooters.
Yeah, not scooters.
Yeah. I talked to them a little bit. Mike King has been a wealth of information. He's helped me with a lot of stuff.
Oh, good.
So
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
he's great.
I've been talking with Mike King too about the micro transit, what was the Pegasus project until they figured out that future transportation shouldn't be named after a 3,000-year-old winged horse. Maybe they needed something more modern, but also with regard to the micro transit, are we? There was a companion grant that was going out with NREL, CSU, Eagle and Clear Creek counties, and CDOT to do some monitoring of various sizes of bus shuttle vehicles to determine their, to measure them for energy consumption, emissions, and mobility. So which one was which ones were moving the most people the fastest for the least amount of emissions? And do you know what the status of that grant application is or that project?
I believe he's talking about the one with Ashley Nyland that was submitted to the Department of Energy for consideration.
Right.
And that one did get turned down.
Oh, okay.
But she is still helping us with Rachel Bolin on the Connected Colorado grant, which I think Kyle French is involved with as well, to continue discussions of transit and just kind of like a statewide dispatch kind of connectivity. So people, when they plan their trips, can plan through one unified portal that will allow them to access all transit providers across the state. So there's still kind of a piece of it going with Ashley and Rachel, but it was not the original white paper that Ashley wrote to submit to Department of Energy. I don't know if that helps. I don't know.
Hey, Beth. I was just looking back at my notes and I actually have a to-do item to reach out to you about the charge point stuff. So just wanted to give you an FYI that I'll be contacting you because we're looking at EV charging stations up on Floyd Hill. So wanted to work with you on the charge point stuff and see if that's something that we can get into as well. So
awesome.
Heads up, I'll be reaching out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I think we have 10 minutes left, but if there's any more questions. All right.
No, never mind. I don't need to indulge this time with off topic, off the bat questions. So I'm gonna hold that one.
Okay.
Anybody maybe have something germane?
No, go for the ingermane.
Hey, Paul, just quick one. I've got Commissioner Wheelock here. I did connect with our right-of-way team and they're available to talk this afternoon about the inquiry on that one, the parcel. So I'm not sure if you wanted to see what time worked.
Yeah,
I don't
so
have him on the phone right now, but he's available this afternoon.
It's already set for 4:30. Paul just cite us, or I think somebody sent out an invitation, and I forwarded along to a couple more people. I'm planning to be there at 4:30.
Beautiful.
Cool, thank you.
And John's already accepted, Jessica.
Awesome, great.
Yeah.
My calendar changes like moment to moment. So.
So everybody's on first. Well, that would be crowded.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if we can give everybody back 8 minutes of their schedule here, unless there's any other questions. All right. Well, as always, feel free to reach out to me. Yeah, no. If you have any questions, I've got a list here, and I'll follow up with some of the action items that I have as well.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just make a comment, not a question. I was holding questions about maintenance and salt and stuff, and that's because I think Amy already kind of covered that. And I think you said at the beginning that you didn't have that for this time, but you'll have it in the future. So looking forward to continuing that conversation.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Well, we're just working on sort of a dashboard that identifies some metrics to report on every time, that then we can build the data and start looking at year-over-year comparisons and have something consistent so that CDOT doesn't have to reinvent the wheel every time, and that then we can try. What we're working on is trying to make it match with the data that CDOT collects regularly, so they don't have to, do too much acrobatics to make it work for us. We're just trying to make it work so we can do something consistent that is useful and accessible, I guess would be the terminology. So we prepared something and we're working on trying to make it work. So by next time, we will have that.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out, everybody, and enjoy the 6 minutes you just gained in your life.
Thank you. Right on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll go ahead and pick up as our regularly scheduled 2 o'clock. A little teaser on the agenda when I can get to that page. I used to print the first page. I should go back to that. Open Space Commission quarterly update at 2 o'clock. We will see you then. For that time flies.
Um,
Okay, so it is 2 o'clock. It is time for our Open Space Commission quarterly update. I see we've got Martha here. Thanks for joining us, Martha. And what do you got for us this week?
No problem. And Frank should be trying to join, but he was having problems. So hopefully he'll join soon. I'm going to share my screen with you. Hang on a moment here. Did that go? Okay, screen sharing. Let's see if I can get to slideshow, which is under the thing, of course. Where is it? There, slideshow from beginning, which is where we are. There we go. All right. Welcome. Thanks for having us come talk to you today. We like to keep you up to speed on what's going on. And as you are aware, we now are at completely staffed or attended, whatever. We have a full commission at this point with the addition of Margie. We do have some changes going on. We will have elections in April, in next week or week after. And Jackie Doust is going to step down as co-chair, as is Frank. And we will have a new slate, and we'll fill you in on who gets elected on the 14th. And this is just as the mission there, so you remember that we have a very diverse mission. I'm going to talk to you just about a couple of things. Floyd Hill Open Space Park. We have seen lots of use through the winter. We were seeing increasing use with nice weather. We'll see what happens with the next round of storms. But we are getting lots of use. It was definitely being used when the other places on the Front Range were muddy. Our soils actually do not get muddy, and so that makes us a great place to come and visit. As you know, we have a GOCO grant. We're working on getting the ducks in a row, as one could say, to get things underway. We put in a public ways application because we're going to be doing something there. That's part of the process. The Planning Commission approved that on March 17th. We met on site with the design engineers, Stoy Streppy from Site Development and County Engineering, and James Covalli from Trails, and Frank and I, to talk on the ground about what it is we want to get done there, and what are the objectives. And it definitely clarified things. So we're expecting to see 2 concepts come in at the end of this month. And once we have that figured out, we will have more defined plans developed, and then we'll go out for bid. We're also seeing significant demand for events to be held at Floyd Hill Open Space. There's going to be an enduro, assuming it gets approved tomorrow, at the special events meeting. That would be a series of 5, I'm going to call it races, but it's timed. You ride to the top and you go down and you get a time, and then your times are accumulated across the multiple events, and whoever has the best times over the series wins, I guess. It's being hosted by Team Evergreen and Comba, and the effort is to try to raise some money for some projects in Clear Creek County. We've also seen some interest. We had Young Life did a ride there last summer. They're coming back, and I'm sure we'll see some others. This is just a map that shows you where the parking lots are that we are proposing. The one blue is already there. The purple is also there in rudimentary form at the moment, but they will be graded and put in a condition which meets the county's requirements for grade and water quality control and such. We're also going to, instead of the porta potties, which are down there at the southeast corner of that blue square, we are going to put in the kind of bathrooms you see either sometimes on the National Forest or down in Jeffco. They're made by, I think it's CTX. They're precast, and it'll be two holes, and it'll be a much nicer facility. And they'll either go where the current ones are or on the other side uphill a bit. So that's the general gist of what we're working with. And the goal is to get as many parking places as possible that stay within the parameters, sort of the footprint we have. The purple shape there, whatever you want to call it, at the left side, that is the farthest we can go and stay within the building envelope. So we are constrained by the building envelope that was defined in the conservation easement. Next, I don't know if you heard about this last year. We did it. We got it out a bit late, so we're going to do a better job of getting it out this year. We developed a treasure hunt. The thought was, how do we get people out exploring Clear Creek County's open space? And we came up with the idea of doing a scavenger hunt, and Kristen Manwarren ran with it and kind of developed it as a treasure hunt instead. And we had a couple kids, 2 or 3 families did it last summer. We're going to get it out earlier, get it out through the schools, advertise it in the paper, and you'll see in a minute what they have to work from. And it encourages people to go to different sites and to look at things there and sort of see what is there and let us know that. And then we have swag like hats and whistles and compasses and stuff that we are giving them for their efforts. And here's the map that Kristen came up with, and you recognize there to the creek going through the county, and those are the sites. And so we kind of direct people to where they can go. And then this is the list of where they can go. There's 20 places, talks about how to get there and interesting facts. And what we ask the kids to do is to take pictures or find something interesting and jot down for us what they saw and did at each thing. And I think if you do 5 sites, you get a prize. Peaks to Plains Trail, the canyon phase is underway. If anybody's
just real quick, going back to Floyd Hill open space, I'm curious, have you made observations of what the revegetation, how the revegetation is going after the construction of that building?
Yes, and we actually got them out there. Stoy and I went out with them last fall, I want to say, or August. We had them respray the area that I don't have a pointer. I do have a pointer actually right here on the, let's see where my pointer is. This area right back here, which is where it was disturbed. It still needed more stuff, so they reseeded it. We've had some other disturbance there, so we're going to go out and reseed it again to see if we can get better generation. We are getting some generation. We're also having a vole issue at the moment. They're chewing holes. The hillside, which we predicted, right, that goes right down from the fence, is not doing very well, but it has some weeds on it. But it is getting coverage on it, and I think if we have some more moisture, that certainly will help. But it's not bare earth, and the hillside has been stabilized, which was the concern. The retaining wall and the slope, and you can can't quite see the fence there, but the fence line is there. So we're making progress, but they did respray, and I think we'll go in and throw in some additional seed on the theory that more is better.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. Any other questions on Floyd Hill? Okay. Back up to Peaks to Plains. If you've driven the canyon, you will notice that work is underway. They're starting with pioneering and grubbing in the canyon, and they've been stymied a little bit by the weather. We keep getting snow dumping down there, but they're proceeding. At the same time, because in the interest of moving forward, they are doing retaining wall panels down in Commerce City at their yard. They also are having micropiles being built, and the trail will, as it goes under the bridge, be on micropiles, so that if the water needs a place to go as we get high water, it has the ability to flow through the micropiles. The trail will be on top of it, and it'll be porous underneath. One of the things you may hear from folks is the Oxbow trailhead is closed during construction, and so you may hear complaints that they can't get there. People can get around the Oxbow from the east if they go down into Jefferson County and walk back up the trail. Additionally, parking between US 6, between tunnels 5 and 6 is also been closed because you're right next to either the traffic or the work zone. And so the rock climbers are being asked to access the area from the west side of Tunnel 6 or come in through the Oxbow, and then cross over the creek kind of thing. We're going to post, and we have it posted on our website. I'm going to give one of the rock climbing folks who's on one of the blogs a map to post so people know what's going on, because we don't want people trying to do things like walk through the tunnels and such, because they can't park in that area. So, and there will be lane closures. I consulted with the Fries. They're aware, and as long as they're not long lane closures, they're okay with it. So through the summer, because they're working right smack next to the road, we will see some open and closing. During the period of high water, though, they won't be doing construction. And I've got some pictures that they sent from down there. This is, if you're familiar, that's the retaining wall that is at the parking lot at the tunnel, at the trailhead at Tunnel 5. And this is between the creek and that retaining wall in the parking lot. And this is they're starting to create a bench that they can move on to do the work they need to do. And I've got 3 shots of the bench. That's, once again, you're going under the bridge, and this one's looking upstream from the other side. So this is west of the bridge, and you can see Tunnel 5 there in the distance. So they've made that progress up there. And here they're making the panels, and they use a form that ends up, it's like what is down there right now on the underpass. And it looks like rock, like stacked rock. And they are pouring them. And I think they're going to be done this week pouring them, and that's what it looks like when it's done. And those will be on as retaining walls between the trail and the highway. And on to, we had talked with you folks about doing a joint Board of County Commissioners open space meeting. We actually have had several meetings where we have worked on developing an agenda in addition to our regular meetings. We see the focus of the meetings being on looking at what our mission is and what current and future opportunities and challenges are that open space faces. And we started by generating a list as open space members, what we saw being those issues. And we are, when we get ready to do this, going to give you a memo that tees up some questions for you to think about prior to the meeting, so we can come in and have most of our time in discussion and less time in sort of presentations. We decided about a month ago or so that it made sense to wait until we have the new county manager on board. And it also ideally, assuming our numbers go the right way, that we'd like to have it held in person. We think there's a value that we can get from having us face-to-face as much as possible, rather than trying to do it over Zoom. And so we're hoping in a May, June timeframe. I think some of it depends on when your new county manager comes on board. And we will we'll get the agenda prepared, and we will send, as I said, send you a memo with some questions that we have posed, that we've asked us, and that we'd like to ask you to think about, that would help us tee up the meeting to be productive.
I'm just a quick comment on that. I think it makes sense to, well, I don't know, Keith, how you feel, but new county manager should be on board within, 6 weeks or so. And so I think that makes sense. As far as trying to pick a point on the schedule when we can know that we'll be able to meet in person, I don't know if that's an exercise that will result in success. I suggest we just pick a point on the calendar, and then we can see who's, what the expectations are at the time, what case counts are like, and, who's vaccinated.
Right. And I think almost everybody on our board, at least this point, is vaccinated. Frank was saying that he's on Georgetown Trust, and they met in person last month, actually, at the Heritage Center. And apparently they had the capacity there to be far enough apart within whatever the meeting room is. And they had, I'm not sure what you call it, but I'm going to call it a magic board that they had a couple people that were able to Zoom in who were not present. They were like on vacation somewhere. So we may be able to find a place that works, but I hear you, and I agree, having listened to Tim's report and such. We'll look at dates and work with Beth and just try to get something on the calendar.
Hey, just as a side note, Keith and Amy had been working on like an agenda meeting topics calendar, which was basically a calendar for the year that kind of set aside time for different departments and different committees. And I did have you guys on there for May 18th at like a 6 o'clock meeting time to do a retreat with the commissioners. But just hearing you talk, I think it might be too early. I'm not sure we'd have the county manager on by then, and not to mention the COVID restrictions. Do you want me to look at a month later than that, Martha?
That would be great, Beth, if that works. We really want to have the new person on board since they're going to be working with us. But it's a great way to introduce them to what we're about, and
okay,
that would work.
I'll get some dates and send them to you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, then just our spring, summer plans as we move into theoretically warmer weather. I'm sitting up here in Summit County where it snowed about an hour ago. And we're going to be spending a lot of time working on getting that trailhead at Floyd Hill project off the ground and moving. The reality may be we may not see construction of the actual parking lots till fall, mostly because we don't want to disrupt people using it all summer. And if we're in there constructing, we probably can't have people in there riding. And so if we figure in a September or October timeframe, it may be less intrusive into people's ability to use it. Peaks to Plains, clearly going to be a focus of effort as things really get underway there with the gap when high water comes. We are looking, just like we were looking at Floyd Hill on revegetation, where the building went down at Alvarado Open Space, we need to try reseeding again. We tried seeding last year and it didn't take. It may have been dead seed, but we'll try that again. And then there's some other properties here and there that need to be touched up. We're also going to look at where we need to have management needs, where we're either seeing erosion or we have some buildings up on the Missouri on patented claim that we need to do some locks on or things like that. As I mentioned previously, we're going to have elections of officers. And so I think this may be the first time in many years that Frank will not be an officer of open space. So it's kind of a changing of the guard, as one might say. But he'll still be around to help us. So we will have a new crew and I'll send out a memo and let you know who gets elected. And you'll then know the complement of who you'll be working with. And with that, I just wanted to keep it pretty short and sweet and see what questions you had and see if we can answer them.
Something that's on my mind, not that we have to bring it up now, but maybe can be put in the parking lot. After we saw that open space cabin start a fire down in the canyon, it's been kind of front of mind for me to identify where we have cabins on open space and maybe get rid of them. I think you sort of alluded to that. You said maybe put locks on them. Just thinking that we should probably find the time to have that conversation.
Right. And I wish Frank was on because he knows better than I do. There are these two cabins up on the Missouri, which is up Fall River. No, it's up Mill Creek. I'm sorry. No, it's Mill Creek. I'm sorry. It's up Mill Creek. That this guy built when he had them as unpatented claims. There's also one up in Alps Mountain, which historically has not been a problem. It's actually has no windows and things, and people kind of use it to get out of the rain and stuff. The problem with the one down in the canyon is that we actually historically have had squatters in there. It's just so easy close to the road, so it may be more problematic, or was more problematic. The other building that's there that won't burn but is there and needs to come down is the cement house. But we got an estimate for it and we need to go back and get another one. It was like $60,000 because there is some asbestos that somebody sprayed on the cement walls. It's the kind of stuff you do when you do drywall and you do texture on it. Somebody sprayed that stuff and apparently that contains asbestos. So we need to get another set of estimates because there's some variables that they might be able to reduce the cost. But it won't really burn because it's concrete, but it is a nuisance. We have squatters going in there. The sheriff finds them all the time. And we spent $1,500 to put a door in there. And the cement block is old enough and was weird enough to begin with in terms of that people can just break through it and the door didn't do any good. So, but yes, we should look to see whether we have any fire risks. Other questions?
I know Open Space had come to us to talk about wanting to really get, I don't know if the right word is formal or proactive or whatever around the Jacob House.
The Jordan House, right?
Sorry, yeah, the Jordan House.
Mm-hmm.
How's that going?
We need to do a site visit is where we stand on that, so that many of the open space commission members have not been in the house and don't have a sense of what is there. And so we're going to schedule that and then consider what some options are and come back to you with ideas. And they'll be preliminary because in some ways there's a chicken and egg issue of what the rec plan that the rec department has talked about doing in terms of the countywide rec plan may influence what you want to do with it. But we can come up with what a spectrum or range of issues, or excuse me, of uses are. And then we can see what makes sense given where the recreation plan wants to go with it.
Sounds good to me. Sean, Randy, got anything to add?
No.
I just wanted to say, I mean, I do see Frank on the call, and Frank, just wanted to recognize you for your many years in a leadership position in open space, and happy to hear that you're going to stick around and lend your experience to all of us for a little while longer.
Hopefully longer.
Thank you, Sean.
It's hopefully longer. We want a long time. I mean, Frank has been, I think there's only a couple pieces of open space land that he's never been to, and they're landlocked, I think. So he has a wealth of knowledge that is invaluable to us.
Yeah, and I haven't noticed you'd gotten on here, but yes, what Sean said. Thank you for everything you've done and for everything I'm sure you'll continue to do. Sometimes it's nice to step out of having to do everything so you can pick your spots a little more.
Exactly. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will send you a memo letting you know who gets elected. And Beth's going to work with us on dates, and we'll prepare a menu and send you background information before that happens. And if you have any questions about what we're doing and what's going on, just shoot them towards us and we'll try to get you an answer.
Okay, and then I will acknowledge a comment by Paul Boat, thinking about historic preservation as we're talking about buildings and demolition, and thanks for reminding us of that, Paul. So if this is it for Open Space Commission, it feels like it is. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And I know we have a 3 o'clock interview for a vacancy on the Planning Commission. And Keith, I see you're coming on because you know what's next.
I do.
Pick the manager update can down the road, and here it is in front of us.
Yeah, thanks, George. Thanks, board. I don't think this is going to take too long. Just a few items I wanted to touch base with the board on. The first one, we talked a little bit about it already earlier today, but we are in receipt of some information from Congressman Negus's office regarding the community project funding protocol. And I did share this information with the leadership team, asking them to weigh in if there was any programs or projects that they feel might qualify for this community project funding. And obviously, since we just got this information, I think it was yesterday, I haven't heard back from leadership team other than Beth. I do believe Beth mentioned something to me yesterday, but I just wanted to make you all aware that yes, we are in receipt of the information. As we talked about this morning, the deadline, I believe, is April 16th. So not a lot of time to put application or applications together. And I just wanted to offer the board any opportunity relative to comments or feedback that you might have at this time.
Well, I guess I'll start. It seems like the clinic could be a real great fit. I know they want to see a project that's supported by the community, that has momentum, that's ready to go. This is certainly checks all of those boxes, and there's still need there, right?
Oh yeah, there's always need. Okay.
I'll also report that Empire has a big need water project. You know, like should be the headline of many newspapers, level need. And I did reach out to the mayor of Empire, sent her the application materials, told her that if she thinks it's a fit and that their project is in good shape to apply, that I would make sure you all know. And that's
Okay, thanks for that, George. And like I said, to be honest with you, I haven't had time to study the information that was shared yesterday. So again, I just thought this would be a good time to bring it to everyone's attention. And I will reiterate back to the leadership team that time is of the essence on this one. So.
Yeah, the community stuff is due on the 16th, and then if we you know, I did contact CDOT about if there were any smaller transportation projects that would, you know, be on the list and would work. And the issue is that you'd have to have an application in by Friday, and it would be something like the Bakerville to Loveland climbing lane or something like that. You know, it's just nothing that you could pull together fast enough and actually get an application in.
Yeah, the transportation ones are due on the 8th, and the rest of them are due on the 16th.
Right.
Okay.
Friday's the 8th. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll continue to certainly take a look at that, evaluate it, and where we can, we'll certainly put some applications together and give it our best shot. We certainly don't want to pass up any opportunity that might be out there relative to getting some funding for some of these projects that we have. So thank you for that. We also, and I know the board's been in the email chain, our state treasurer, Dave Young, has reached out to probably a number of counties, if not all the counties. But Mr. Young would certainly like to set up a Zoom meeting, a virtual meeting, to introduce himself, to have us introduce us to him. And I'm going to have Beth work on trying to get an upcoming Zoom meeting with Dave Young. And we'll make sure that our county treasurer is also invited to that meeting. And then real quick, Amy asked me to put something on relative to the housing RFP. As you all know, we sent out an RFP, a number of weeks ago. The deadline for application is April 15th. And I just wanted to circle back around with Amy and the board. I've talked to Amy, and the suggestion would be, as far as the selection and the interview panel for the consultants on this housing RFP, what the housing team suggested, that it would be Amy, Sally, and one of the commissioners being on that team. And again, I just wanted to circle back around, see if the board thinks that's a viable plan. Amy, any thoughts or comments on that?
No. What do you think?
I think maybe the question is, which of the board members would like to be on that housing selection team?
I would nominate George Marlin.
George, yeah. That's kind of what we were thinking as well, but we just wanted to circle back around. So appreciate that. The other thing that we're working on, I know Beth has reached out to our congressional delegates, to the staff members of our various Congress people, and we're trying to set up a time when the congressional staffers can meet with the board just to give us an update on what's happening in Washington. And I don't think, Beth, you've heard back from them yet?
Multiple emails, a couple of voicemails. I've actually talked to them and they're like, well, we got to call you back. We got to call you back. So I'm not able to get anybody to Zoom for even half an hour. So if you guys have contacts with your staffers for those guys, please try. I obviously don't have the ability to convince them to sign up for a Zoom meeting.
It's Sean. I don't know if Sean and Randy will agree with this, but I mean, I don't know that it's entirely urgent to get them in front of us.
In the past, they've kind of wanted to, and they've approached us. So maybe they've got their hands full at the moment or something.
That's kind of what I would think. I think reaching out and letting them know we're out here and we haven't forgotten about them. We know they're busy, and whenever they get time and they want to do it, we'd be happy to have their visit. Would be the most appropriate. I mean, we've had so much outreach to their offices on items that matter to us and conversation with staff on those items recently anyway, that yeah, I'd agree. It's not urgent to have them jump in here.
Okay. So Beth has reached out, and we'll just continue to not necessarily bug them, but just like you say, let them know that we're still here, and let them respond to that. So thank you for that. Alyssa, I see you jumped on. Thank you. I wanted Alyssa to give us just a quick update on some recent conversations that I know she's had, that Sean has had, relative to community foundations, and I believe you've had and made some progress talking with Community First Foundation. So I'm going to just turn it over to Alyssa, and I'm sure Sean would probably want to weigh in as well. Alyssa?
Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a nice day. Per our last discussion, I did some due diligence on researching community foundation structures, as well as what the Grand Foundation versus Community First can provide. And while our relationship with the Grand Foundation is great, I do see the value in moving forward with Community First. They are able to offer significantly more. And so based on the conversations that I've been a part of and listening to some of the struggles that other counties have had with their community foundations, I think that is probably what my recommendation would be.
So what would, in your mind, what would the next steps be?
Yeah, so I actually asked Community First this. They said they're ready to pull the trigger whenever we are. I think I need to get with Peter and review an agreement. They're going to send an updated agreement to us, review that, and then they pretty much are ready to go whenever we are. I think it makes the most sense to move forward with them. There are some details that we'll need to work out in terms of how do we continue administering the individual support grant, and they were completely open to having that conversation. They don't have the manpower to be able to process applications like the Grand Foundation is, but they see the Grand Foundation as a partner, and are happy to work with them in whatever capacity that looks like. So we may just have to create some partnerships that are getting done what we need done.
So in your mind, we'll continue to use the Grand Foundation for the things that they're doing now. And I think one of the things that comes to my mind was the Section 8 housing voucher. They're processing that. But I think what you said is we can then reach out and create a partnership with Community First Foundation, and we can be utilizing both avenues at the same time.
So I don't want to confuse things too much. I mean, I think long term we should work on figuring out a structure that uses one foundation for everything we need. I think the individual support grant that we're doing through the Grand Foundation is a little bit of a unique situation. From my research, we haven't ever had a need for that. That does not mean that we're going to have a need for that in the future. And so that should be a part of our planning processes for the long-term goal of the community foundation. However, where we are right now, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Community First or the Grand Foundation, in my mind, what a good hybrid model would be is the Grand Foundation continuing to administer the program, and then potentially Community First mailing those checks out. We need to talk about what the details of that look like. We've already paid the Grand Foundation for the funds that they have. And so I again, don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I believe that they are committed to administering the remainder of those funds.
Okay, and I think I might have misspoke. I referenced Section 8 housing. I think that's probably Grand County.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the Grand Foundation currently is administering our individual support grant. This was 61,000 of CARES dollars, and then an additional 100,000 that was secured from Mile High United Way. We have paid a 3% processing fee to the Grand Foundation to administer these funds for us. That has already been paid through the 100,000. So I think it makes the most sense to just continue down the path that we are. They have those funds, let them continue dispersing those funds. I think we have about 40,000 left. When those funds are gone, or when they're close to being gone, we can talk about what it looks like to incorporate Community First into that conversation.
Okay, Sean?
Yeah, first off, thanks, Alyssa. It's been great to get you engaged and have some horsepower from the staff side of things. I think we made a lot of progress in the last few weeks. Bob Loeffler cautioned us about getting too involved in philanthropy and fundraising as a branch of government, and I took his warning to heart. And so when you talk about transition, Alyssa, I think, or at least when I think about transition, I think it's appropriate for us to get engaged to work with the school district and Henderson and probably hopefully some other interested parties. But I think we really would be wise to identify a transition plan to over time get out of the business of being directly involved with this and just help the franchise of the Community First, the Clear Creek Foundation, or whatever we decide to call it, take on a life of its own, achieve its own sustainability, and then we as a government can kind of step aside and ideally perhaps provide them some block grants or something along those lines to be able to support the things that people normally come knocking on our door for.
Yeah, and that's something that was mentioned in my conversation with Chaffey County. Their structure, so the county commissioners were at the table to form the idea, but were not asked to be formal board members. Their executive director strongly recommended that. He said, obviously we have to do what makes the most sense for our community, but he strongly recommended not having commissioners on the formal board to keep that government and fundraising entity separate.
I think the thing the three of us could do is probably recruit some people who do want to be on a task force, or, basically take this thing forward.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what he recommended. I asked him a lot about like what the county and the foundation relationship looks like. He said that the county does not they provide feedback, but they do not provide direction. And the foundation operates very much as its own entity. They are their own 501c3, so they are not a franchise of another community foundation. So it's a little bit different, but the structure and the relationship will likely be the same.
I kind of see that as a bit of a technicality, that essentially you're outsourcing the back office and outsourcing somebody else's 501c3 status with the IRS. But in terms of governance and funds and marketing and fundraising, I see them as almost identical.
Yeah.
Randy, do I see that you have something to say?
I'm just I know that one time we had the discussion about who would be making decisions about how funds were dispersed and to whom. So maybe I'm misunderstanding this conversation. That the award of funds and the decisions to disperse funds for certain efforts would be made separately and by the foundation. Is that what I just heard? And
yes.
So that our vision for where we wanted to see investment made wouldn't influence outcomes with the money that we had sent to the foundation, or that we had gotten into the foundation for. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that it's as cut and dry as that, and I don't mean that like in a negative way. I mean, I think because you are helping appoint the board members, like you can help direct where the funds go and where the priorities are based on who the board members are.
I think there might even be another level involved. For example, if I think of the foundation as almost an umbrella, and there's multiple groups under the umbrella. So for example, the school district can go raise their money for vocational programs or whatever it is. And the more targeted the fund is, the easier it is to raise money because people understand exactly what your mission is. But then I would imagine that there would be stakeholders associated with that group that are going to be different than stakeholders associated with the Clear Creek Wellness Center or whatever we decide to call the clinic in Idaho Springs, where you wouldn't necessarily have one group of the board members who basically directed the funds under all the funds under the umbrella. I think it might be a little bit more targeted than that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Sean. For example, with the individual support grant, had we done it directly through the Community First Foundation, there would have been like a task force or an advisory board or something set up with those specialties in mind, making those recommendations.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how that would have all worked out at the end of the day. It took a lot of concerted pressure within our county commission, for example, to make that clinic happen. And sometimes it takes a focused effort, and yet we rely upon foundational funds to be able to make those things done, as we did in this case. And so what I'm thinking about is that the experience we just had and that outcome, and wondering how much we sometimes want to dilute that focus and say that we don't have the ability as a commission to be able to make that happen. And so I just haven't thought it through yet. It was just it was different than the conversations we'd had about this before, and about the level of influence we could have over how we could, as elected officials, work on things that were really important to our future in ways that sometimes only we can do. And it'd be somebody after. It's not about me. There'll be somebody after me when I'm gone from this chair. But there's a purpose that we sometimes have to fill, where we just have to fill in and make it happen.
So I think that you would still be able to have that involvement. What Chaffee County recommended is that county commissioners are not on the organization board, driving the direction of the organization. But that's not to say that you couldn't sit on the fundraising advisory committee for the health clinic or for the individual support grant. And really, it's up to us, whatever fits our county. This is just based off of a conversation that I had with one specific county.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about whatever health clinic part 2 would be, that the commissioners decide, the commissioners or some portion of the commissioners decide to take on and make happen. That it requires the agreement of an outside body to even allow us to be able to make that happen when we've deferred that potential, that funding potential to the funding decisions to someone else. And I'm not sure I'm clear on the subject matter right now, but it's just what I just heard today was a little different than what I'd heard in some previous meetings. So.
And I think I understand your concern. If we use the healthcare as an example, I mean, we have a fund at Community First, and I'm looking to Peter and or Keith. My understanding is the money that gets raised, it's a 501c3, so they're making a donation to a 501c3. But my understanding is the county has the ultimate say right now as to what happens to the funds that go in there in terms of using them to build the healthcare clinic. So I think we'll always have the ability at a fund level to do that. So when there's areas that the foundation's interests and the county's interests intersect, and we create a fund for a specific purpose, I think we'll be able to do exactly what we're currently doing.
Well, that's exactly the point I'm making, is I want to know that if we decide this has to happen in this community, that we're not relying upon some other board to decide whether we're right or not, and whether we end up ultimately with the funds because we park it there under the auspices of that board. We have to have the ability to make that health clinic or whatever the next best, really incredibly cool thing we decide to do is, make it come to be.
So it sounds like, Alyssa, the next step there, Community First is going to send us an agreement to look at, and ultimately, I would assume sign if we're happy with the language in that agreement.
Yes, that is the next step. And then we would just have to figure out a timeline for when we would want to work on branding and website and things like that.
Okay.
But we already have several funds set up there, and it's pretty easy to just put them under one umbrella.
Yeah, and I would be happy, Alyssa, to work with you and anybody else who's interested to kind of figure out a roadmap to be able to create a governance structure outside the county that we can transition to over time.
That sounds good.
Okay. Thanks, Alyssa and Sean. Good conversation, good feedback. Just a couple other real quick items. Project support, Beth had sent out an email. I think we just want to circle back around, make sure we're all on the same page relative to moving forward with an appointment request. I don't know if that came from Troy or where it came from, but I think the request is to appoint Troy as our representative to project support. That would then open up a seat to be filled by a county member at large, which would be appointed by the project support board of directors, if I understand it correctly. So I think the ask, Beth, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the ask is, should we appoint Troy Erickson to be our representative on project support? Did I get that right, Beth?
That's correct. So we've been advertising the vacancy for at least 6 months. Christy Plunter was our original appointee to this board, moved out of state. They've had some trouble getting some board members. And so Troy said, maybe to make it a little easier, how about if we change our appointee to him? And then that opens up his seat, which I believe is filled by the remaining board of directors for project support. So then they sort of go out and recruit friends to hopefully join the board. So we just wanted to see if we could amend the appointment resolution that y'all do every year and make our appointee to be Troy, to open up that position to hopefully make it easier for them to refill the other vacancies on their board. So.
Thoughts?
I think that sounds like a good idea, especially if we're struggling to fill the spot.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me too. And I would encourage the opportunity. Troy's our Veterans Services Officer. Maybe that would be an opportunity for us to have somebody who really can liaise between our two boards in a more sort of formal manner. Because I don't know, right now that might have been a separate I think that was a separate volunteer thing. He's been on that board since long before he was our Veteran Services Officer.
Yeah, I definitely think you'd have better communication. And we would, if you guys are okay with it, we would have to craft a formal resolution as written by the attorney's office and bring it back to your next agenda for consideration.
Okay, sounds like we got direction on that one. Thank you, guys. Just a couple other real quick follow-ups, just to let you know. You'll recall we sent out an RFP, a couple RFPs actually. One was for Sheriff's Office operational assessment. We've selected the consultant for that. KRW is the consultant. And in fact, just I think it was yesterday, I signed the agreement. So KRW is on board and we are ready to rock and roll with moving forward on that. The sheriff is just so excited. He was over in my office the other day and just was so excited to get the process started. Rick, I don't want to speak for you, but I will. So we've got that going. The other one that we're in the process of actually.
Hey, I'm sorry, Keith.
Yes.
Real quick, when do you anticipate the launch of the sheriff law enforcement project?
Today, I sent the consultant an email today saying, hey, the agreement's finalized, let's get started. So I'm hoping that they will take that to heart and get started on data collection and setting up some interviews and some meetings and that type of thing as are included in the scope of work.
Yeah, and I know we talked about not creating board meetings to do this, but maybe having the team individually talk to George and Randy and I.
That's right.
And I
Yes.
think that's probably, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. So Randy and George anticipate having an interview of some type with KRW or representatives from KRW. The other one that we're working on is the.
Sorry, Keith. Just real quick, I'm curious. I know we had asked Sean to sit in on selecting the vendor. Sean, is it your understanding that you're part of working with the vendor throughout the process, or
No more so than you.
Selection only? Is that
I
right?
think so. Yeah, I think that was my understanding. I thought that they would want to get each of our 3 independent views on things.
Yeah, so the next step is one of the next steps is for the consultant to actually set up interviews individually with each one of the commissioners.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a need for that, we can talk about it, but I don't necessarily think there will be.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not trying to edge you out of it or anything. I just want to understand. And so thanks for providing that clarification.
Well, the other thing we made clear when we interviewed the consultants is we wanted to have a good line of communication throughout the process back to the Board of County Commissioners, so that you all were in the communication loop. You knew what was going on. And on the other end of the spectrum, or not the other end of the spectrum, but just to let you know, the sheriff has appointed the undersheriff, Bruce Snelling, as kind of the contact person out of the sheriff's office. So the consultant will be working through the undersheriff to get meetings set up and collect data and do whatever needs to be done on the sheriff's end of things. And then the other one that we're working on is the fire EMS consultant, and we're actually conducting interviews later this week. We've got three finalists that we're going to be interviewing, and that's going to occur later this week. We've got a whole team of people that will sit in on the interview process. So anxious to do that, and hopefully we can relatively quickly enter into an agreement with whoever that finalist is, whoever we select, and because that's another process we'd like to go ahead and get started ASAP. And then the last thing I have, and you've heard me say this before, but we are excited that Sarah Casano is our new Human Services Director. I don't know if I've officially said that in a public meeting with the commissioners, but I am now, I guess, if I haven't. But we have hired Sarah Casano as the replacement for Cindy Dickens. Sarah is is the new Human Services Director, and she's very excited about that, and she's going to do a great job. So I've been meeting with and talking with Sarah just to kind of set forth protocol and expectations and communication and that type of thing. So again, we're very pleased and very excited to have Sarah as our Human Services Director. And I think that's everything I have. Thank you.
We need another executive for anything.
I don't.
Oh, please.
So. Peter, did you have anything?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I'm waiting on your interviewee to show up and cross him over, but that's all I have.
5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Or the rest of your 5 minutes. I guess Keith doesn't have to listen in on that interview.
Yeah.
Back in 4 minutes.
Okay. Hey, Dave, if you are listening, they went to take a break really quick and they're going to come right back and do your interview.
Not a problem. Just realized I was on mute, of course.
No.
I use Microsoft Teams at work, and so it's been a little while since I've used Zoom, so I'm just trying to get all my things configured here. But yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just listen. They'll jump back on in a minute. You'll hear them talking.
Okay, no problem at all. I'll just keep myself on mute until then, and I'll just wait to be prompted, and then I'll jump on video at that point.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
Sure. Hello, Colorado Mountain Lady. I saw you raise your hand in the attendee list. Did you have a question for the board?
I don't have a question for the board. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Back to being unfamiliar with Zoom. Is there a way to make the Zoom audio level different than the audio level on the rest of my computer?
That's a good question. You might be able to set your audio settings over there where your microphone is.
I tried that and it does the whole thing up and down. But basically what was going on is I was going to catch a little bit of my soap opera during the break. And every time anybody was talking on Zoom, it was like twice as loud as my online level. And there has to be some way to do them separately, and I just assumed you're the wizard and you would know.
Right. Well, I see on my audio settings there you can switch over to phone audio. So basically you would turn off your computer audio, unless you're watching your TV on your computer. I'm not sure, but
yeah, that's what I do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I am learning myself, and I Google a lot of these questions and just see what it says. So, but I'm not seeing any options right now to do that.
Hi, Deanne.
Hi, George.
I think I have a solution for you.
Awesome. Please share.
If you, down in the bottom right of your screen, just in Windows, you'll see a little speaker icon. If you right click that, at least on my computer, and I'm not on a Mac. If you right click that, you see something that says Open Volume Mixer, and you can adjust the levels of all of your different apps.
Oh, look at that. That's awesome.
That way, it's kind of like being a DJ, you can just.
That is.
Thank you. I will play with that.
Thanks, George.
You're welcome. And so it's 3 o'clock. As soon as Randy and Sean rejoin us here, we'll get going. Keep going.
Sorry, I was just sitting here listening and waiting for the show to start.
Apology accepted. Just kidding.
That was an apology. Oh, I said sorry. Oh, what am I saying?
Okay, so Dave, pardon us. It's 3 o'clock. We've been at this for a while. We try not to get too quirky.
I wondered how y'all were going to be doing by this time of day. So I'm hoping my interview will just be more like a break. open for. I can even do a little song and dance routine if I need to.
Yeah, it's good to have you. Thank you for your
Thank
interest
you.
in joining us.
Absolutely.
Usually these, we just sort of throw some questions at you. We don't have like a prepared list of questions or anything like that. And I know you wrote your answers to the questions. We took a chance to look at them over the weekend. And so that said, maybe you can just sort of do a general introduction to yourself and then we can jump into the questions.
Sure. So let's see where to begin. It's, I guess, a question posed like that, I usually go in a direction of work. I do kind of have a strange career. I work for Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. I actually oversee the day-to-day operations of their National Behavioral Health and Employee Assistance Program call center. I have a team of licensed clinicians all over the country who I oversee. And in that position, I am their liaison, their person with whom they consult. I make executive decisions throughout the day. Really just kind of keep an eye on the day-to-day runnings of the entire program. So I do that all from this beautiful place that we call home. Y'all probably know I live up in York Gulch, which is up just a little bit northwest of Idaho Springs. I've been here for going on 2.5 years. And that's as long as I've been a resident of Clear Creek County. Before that, I was in Arvada, which I enjoyed a great deal, but a little bit too suburban for me and for my family. So it's one of the big reasons why we moved out here. Outdoorsman, I'm a mountain bike fanatic, hiker, runner, fisherman, you name it, anything that has to do with the outdoors. So obviously this is a great place to be and to do that. It kind of lends itself well to why I'm applying. I very quickly have become, I wouldn't say obsessed with this place, but close to it. I love my community. The neighborhood I have here in York Gulch is second to none. And the neighbors here are amazing. And I've become very, very connected to this place in the admittedly short amount of time I've been here. And my neighbor and friend, who you all know so well, Lori, I won't go so far as to say harassed me endlessly, but she did contact me several times concerning the position and encouraging me to apply. I think she thought I would be a good fit, and I am a big fan of hers. And I thought, well, maybe she's got something there. And the more I read into it, I think she's probably right. I think I might be a good fit. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. And you're right, it was a very broad prompt. So let me not jump right out of the gate. Randy, Sean, you have any questions you want to start with?
I was just looking, I was reading through some stuff. How long have you lived in York Gulch now?
Sure. And by the way, is it Randall or Randy?
I go by Randy, but yeah.
Randy, okay. So Randy, we moved here the day before Thanksgiving, 2018. So about 2.5 years.
And I'm renaming myself now.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
There.
Oh, there you go. And sorry, did you have a follow-up question with that?
I didn't. That was just
here. Okay. Okay. Sure.
First off, yeah, I'm Sean. Thanks for your interest, Dave. I love mountain biking and many things outdoors as well.
Right on.
I appreciate your medical background. You seem like a diligent and smart guy, and I feel like you could probably pick up whatever How do you feel about just the kind of the domain here, you know, land use and kind of striking the balance between quality of life and economic development and NIMBYism versus what's good for the whole county? I mean, have you given this any thought? And maybe you can give us a little bit of a readout on kind of where you stand on that.
Yeah, you bet, Sean. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the NIMBY thing. I mean, I have some of that. I can't cover that or pretend that I don't have biases. We all do. I own mine. But I'm aware this county is growing and changing. You know, development like what's going on at the mine downtown with the land up behind it. That could be amazing. It could also draw 400, 450,000, 500,000 more people a year to our community. Does that worry me a little bit? You betcha, sure. But I'm also aware that Clear Creek County needs to grow. I mean, we can't just stay static either. That doesn't help anybody. So, although in my every decision, I would have an eye towards protecting this place, I would never hide that fact. I'm comfortable with development. I'm comfortable with development if it's done thoughtfully, if it's done with proper procedures and policy in place. I don't like backdoor dealings. I have very little tolerance for that. I don't hide that fact either. But I'm always willing to discuss. I'm always willing to compromise. I'm always willing to be a part of a group, be a part of a movement where general consensus is this, and we all agree to it, and we all agree to a set of terms. I know that terms can change, but I like to know that things are above board. If that's happening, I'm comfortable discussing just about anything when it comes to our county.
Mm-hmm.
Long-winded, but I hope it helps.
Just a couple other questions. How do you feel, or what do you understand about the time commitment?
My understanding overall of the time commitment is 3-year seat on the commission, that it would be 1 meeting a month, sometimes 2, depending on how many proposals there might be on the docket. I don't have a really clear understanding yet about when do we get materials for consideration, what kind of timeline we have to make a decision, what happens if the group can't come to a consensus, things of that nature. But does that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can answer that one. I think it's like this board, rarely when we don't come to consensus, we just vote and the first 2 votes wins. I guess my other question is, you mentioned probably mostly jokingly that you got kind of harangued to be standing in front of us today. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being I got guilted into this and 10 being I'm excited to step out and do something new with my community members, like where's your heart in this right now, you think?
11.
All right, that's good to hear.
Facetiously, I'm really excited about it. Yes, I do joke about Lori. We all know she has a strong personality, and she has certainly exerted that on me as her friend. But I do say that jokingly. I'm really excited about the position. I having read what I was able to about it, I do feel like it would be something that I could contribute to. I feel like I could be a very productive member of the group if you all saw fit. It gives me some real solace to know that I would be involved at this level.
Yeah, I just have one other quick question. I don't know, it sounds like you maybe got sort of engaged in this recruitment process fairly recently. Have you had a chance to sit in on any of the planning commission meetings yet?
I have not.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for your involvement, or your interest in your involvement. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Sean.
Randy Randall?
What's that?
Does Randy or Randall have anything to add?
Either one.
Either of you? Yeah.
No, I was just curious to hear about your views on that, and your views, and to know that your views on growth and development are balanced if you see it as appropriate growth. Do you have any can you add anything about what that feels like to you, what that looks like to you in a county like Clear Creek now that you've been here? And I presume that you moved to Clear Creek when you moved to York Gulch, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. That's right. So when you talk about, I mean, what do you, from what you have seen and from the conversations that you've had, what have you seen as, what do you understand to be the most important types of development that we need here?
From what I've seen, Randy, number one is housing. Number two seems to be recreation to me. I don't know how accurate that is, but just in readings of, local newspapers, information that I am able to get my hands on, seem like the top two priorities to me.
Mm-hmm.
But what else can I answer about that, though? It seems like perhaps you're needing more on that, or?
Well, it's almost an unfair question to get into the attributes of recreation and not trying to differentiate between different types. I wasn't going there, but about its relative benefits, and obviously there's great relative benefits to recreation for all of us for getting outside and doing it. In terms of so there are a couple of reasons to develop for recreation, and one is to provide more recreational resources. There are a few reasons actually, and then I would say there's also the ability to manage recreation and its impacts, and then there are the real and perceived economic benefits of economic development through recreation, and so that's where I was. So throwing those out on the table like that, that's kind of the terrain I was talking about, the different ways in which recreational development can be beneficial and how and why. And
Yeah, this is that area and that that type of language, the terminology, the context, especially for this county specifically, absolutely is something that I would need to grow into a bit, that I would need to learn a little bit more about in order to speak, and not only speak intelligently, but also to make intelligent decisions about in the proper context. So yeah, I certainly see where you're coming from, and I knew that there would be some questions posed to me that would be very specific to the group and to its needs, to its use, that I wouldn't be able to have a straight answer for. And this is one of them.
So that might be the best answer, is to say that I need to learn that. Need more time looking.
Absolutely. But it's not something that I'm concerned about learning. It's not something that I worry I don't have the necessary skills for once I am able to learn that language and get deeper into that context. That's something I'm confident in.
I'll jump in here with some questions.
Sure, George.
One of the things that we manage for, of course, is fiscal impacts, and knowing that when we do develop, it's, benefits us and helps improve our fiscal outcomes and all of that. I'm curious to you, just how important is it for development to pay for itself?
My initial response is very much so. I guess probably most of that response is just based on being a taxpayer. I am a firm believer in taxes for the greater good, and I know that. Well, I don't know that. I feel like monies are used appropriately here and are used in ways that do provide a good return on investment. I don't know that for sure. I don't have enough behind the scenes knowledge about that, but I get the sense that that is the case for Clear Creek County. So direct answer to the question, very important. Very important, George.
Okay. So just trying to figure out how to phrase this question and which order to put them in.
Sure.
There's a question that's on my mind, and Sean and Randy have seen me struggle to phrase it in every one of these interviews, so bear with me. When it comes to there's sort of the legislative role, right, where you're helping us develop our code. Most of the questions that you've answered so far are about how you would act in that role. And then there's the quasi-judicial role, which is when you have a development that's in front of you, right? And that's a situation where the applicant and the community both have rights, and it's very important to hear things in the right context, right? To only consider the merits of the case in the meeting, to avoid having conversations with members of the public who maybe are your friends or who you care about and you want to listen to and be responsive to, but you have to do it in the right setting. Same thing with the applicant, who sometimes will want to reach out to you to get a feel for where you're at. How do you approach situations like that when you really need to follow a prescripted process and consider the things that are in our code that we ask you to consider when you're considering something?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the way you're describing it, I mean, it sounds like being on a jury, and I've been on many. For me, it's because I have to do this so much at work too. The same sorts of things happen in my environment at work, where I need to just put my head down, focus on the policy and procedure, and get XYZ done. Sure, I have so-and-so emailing me about this. So-and-so is sending me a chat on, on the instant message about this. I have no qualms. I have no concerns with being polite about it, but giving a firm, sorry, I'm unable to discuss this, and I need to keep this within the context of my commission. As info becomes available that I am allowed to share, I'll share it with you. But until that point, I'm going to have to refuse the offer to discuss this. I have no problem with that because I have to do it pretty much every day at work. Does that answer for you? I feel like the question was pretty good, by the way. I feel like you got your point across, but I just want to make sure I'm answering what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is referred to as a quasi judicial role, and so it does sound a lot like being on a jury. I think. Have you had a chance to read our master plan and or peruse it?
I have had a chance to peruse it. It's there are of course some pieces of information that are available, you know, of course, but I am by no means intimate with it yet.
Okay. Maybe just in general, how important is like the voices of the public to you as you make decisions like this, that, you know, we're talking about building things that'll be around for a long time?
Initial response is incredibly important. These are the people for whom we are acting, right? These are the people for whom we are putting a voice. There's only going to be, if I remember correctly, 7 on the commission. Perhaps there are some missing positions. I don't know the exact number, but I am aware of the importance of the voice of this commission, and speaking, in many ways, speaking for the community at large. That inevitably is going to require listening to the opinions of those who aren't on this board yet, live in this county. And that makes total sense to me. I would think that acting on this commission as if it were a bubble would be not only extremely and excruciatingly limiting, but would be dangerous. So listening to the voice of the community in whatever forms we as the commission would have available to us would be a priority for me.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I don't know if I have any, I don't think I have any additional questions.
I just have one. Where do you like biking around here now that you've had a chance to look around and live up here for a little while?
I like your direction, Sean. Well, I am in knowledge of a secret series of trails up here in York Gulch that one of my amazing neighbors who's lived up here for 25 years has cultivated himself for the last 24 years out of old wagon roads, donkey trails. He's just found these old paths and small ways through the national forest that's all around us. And we have quietly and thoughtfully and respectfully opened up those trails to about yay wide, about the width of my NV bars. That's my favorite place in the universe to bike. And I promise that if you would be so inclined, you got an invite up here, and be happy to have you along with us.
Awesome. And let's never speak of it in a public setting again.
You got it.
No one knows where those trails are. Trust me.
I
Trying to
can almost guarantee that nobody does except for 7 people up here.
Well, I've come down through York Gulch on my mountain bike after coming off Virginia Canyon, coming through by Wabi Pottery up by Russell Gulch, and
oh, gotcha. That's
come
right
all
across
the way
the
down
street.
through there. So I'm presuming that's some of what you're talking about. But it's been a long time since I was through that stretch. But
Gotcha. Believe it or not, Randy, it's not. It's further north. I'll give that much away, but right up here behind my house in my back 40, I've created my own series of trails on my own property and the national forest around me. So those are secret as it gets, but the invite's open.
All right.
My answer.
Sean, Randy, I don't want to cut you off if you got anything else.
no, nothing about you.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you stepping up, and I know that these interviews can be, can feel like a lot of pressure and all of that. And I appreciate you putting yourself out there as a candidate for this and throwing your hat in the ring, just to help you have some expectations for how we might act moving forward. Typically, there's a bit of time where we will sit and reflect on your answers. And I don't really know, Sean, Randy, what sort of time frame to build Dave's expectations around. So, I mean, I think I could shortly just say, we'll get back to you, but.
That's okay. Yeah.
Question for Beth along those lines. Do we have any other applicants that are going to be before us anytime soon that you know of?
Nobody else is waiting in line. You have interviewed everybody that I kind of had in the queue. So Dave was the last one to interview. So
yeah. So then from my perspective, I don't think there's any reason for us to delay in having a conversation about Dave's candidacy sooner rather than later.
I think so. I think we'd have it. Yeah, I would expect. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what sooner rather than later is, but yeah.
do you want to put something on the agenda next week to talk about it, or do you know what you want to do and you want me to just put a placeholder for some resolutions of appointment?
I think if we can get onto an agenda, if it fits next week, great. Sometimes, Dave, it takes us, as we compete for different agenda items in a very constrained time slot, sometimes that turns into a few weeks. But I think that it's reasonable to expect we get you an answer within a month.
No problem, George. How would I hear, and who would that be coming from?
You'll probably hear from me, and
okay, Beth.
I'll just let you know that they're making consideration of appointing you to the certain board, and then you'll get a confirmation letter from myself and the staff member that'll help you with your transition and send you your meeting packets and all the information that you need.
Okay, perfect. And if it's a sorry, Dave, it just ain't gonna work out, I'm assuming it'll be the same process as well. I'd get a holler from you, Beth.
Right.
Okay. Hey, I gotta prepare for both. So, but listen, to all of you, thank you all very, very much. I know you've had a long day as well, so I appreciate you fitting me into the docket and posing some great questions to me. Some I obviously was not as well prepared for as others, but that's what life's about: challenges and development and moving on the best we can. So I really, really appreciate the time. Let me know if I can answer anything else for you, email or phone, whatever works for y'all.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll sign off if y'all are done with me.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Take care now.
And I think it was already said we don't have any topics for executive session. And so we are at the end of our agenda. Congratulations. We're adjourned. I'll see you at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is Tuesday, the 13th.